Sin Cry Part 4. I tell you, I pure fire and flames we are blaze. Listen what I go on, you know.
Jah is everywhere, you know. Jah children is everywhere. You know, and the Caribbean is the story told in the Old Testament. Everybody knows Plato told of it. The mid-Atlantic ridge in the western Caribbean Sea, leaving from the Pillars of Hercules on the Atlantic coast of Europe, straight down into the Caribbean, which Oceanus, the Ethiopian empire, rules at the two extremes of the earth, according to Plato. You see, this is from a distance, isn't it?
Tell you.
To sing out with an hygiene song, to introspect from humane reasons.
First entry pressure with boss bike.
After all is said and all is done, see I one.
Shine midnight Aki Becca.
Same world reaction to hate and to love. Same I one. Make them see it when the lion of death fly up in a dove. See balance.
Solid rock.
Same I one.
There's a natural mystic in the earth, that's what they really don't know. Spiritual uprising in the people with a burning glow. Confident in the victory over evil in this Armageddon. It's a cold world, but the old world offer witness Africa redemption.
After all is said and all is done, same I one.
Yeah.
Same world reaction to hate and to love. Same I one.
PSIG pressure.
See it when the lion of death fly up in a
Big brother Aki Becca inside a combination.
same I
one.
I one.
Come on.
This is a highly salutation to all the world nation. Feel the fear overstand, seem on the brink of devastation. World need redemption, a sound mediation, mediation. We bring more balance, stance, and rest in all the lands. Before nuclear pretense was nuclear aspiration. The root of the thought as a method of deterrence, but with adverse results that it encourage
His mercy.
and the positive and the negative and the neutral march along. And the one thread of humanity ran through everyone.
Right now easy, you know.
Need some conscience to be fair to woman.
Yeah.
Just watch your family and regard them as one.
See my one.
My one.
What me not lie.
See my one. See my one.
You're in still.
Hey.
But now it's game. When me check it out, let me see it. When me check it out. Thank you. Solid rock.
My inner light, grant the faith, the free eye of hate. On love of concentrate, and Jah will be there.
What my brother tell them?
Crooked and not straight, but the road we will take.
What? Hey, pull up one. Voice of the man called Naira. Youth body, no God, listen good. Make myself rusty, what one?
My inner light, grant the faith, the free eye of hate. On low of concentrate, and Jah will be there. They're crooked and not straight, but the road we will take will teach us to break the life they prepare.
Like Naira.
Let's estimate the yearly death rate. Thousands every day, it's like the innocent pay for the guilty. But give thanks and praise, for the sun has been raised to let fire blaze and put heat on the filthy. My inner light, grant the faith, the free eye of hate. On low of concentrate, and Jah will be there. They're crooked and not straight, but the road we will take.
Yes, sir, the good is the lamb. Welcome in.
Yes, sir,
welcome in.
Send them away.
righteously you used to travel. Now it's like you're sleeping on the job. Oh, you're weary and tired. Your life's in your garage. Get chased by entourage. That they make you think said that you're large. But you're living
half of them that know themselves.
Gone away.
This is solid rock now.
Come again, one more encore. Rock solid to the world and beyond. Sit and cry, bad for special.
Gone away. Said them gone away. Gone away. I love those vibes you used to have when righteously you used to chant. Now it's like you're sleeping on the job. Oh, you're weary and tired. Now you park your life in your garage. And you get chased by entourage. That they make you think said that you're large. But you live in a mirage. Them gone away. Gone away. Said them gone away. Gone away.
Enough of them.
Said them gone away. Gone away. Said them gone away.
Let me check it out, me see.
Gone away. How it used to be when you used to chop it up fully, when you were definitely free under Rasta liberty. When you used to feel that power surge, and the little youths you used to urge when they were nearly on the verge. You helped them find their nerve, but now it's gone away. Gone away. Said it gone away.
Yes, Danny I.
Oh, what a privilege.
What?
You get on your feet.
Welcome, Aki Becca.
It could be like sacrilege.
Make way for that brother, yeah, Aki Becca. Come in, man.
Yes. They were obedient and disciplined, and they fought with sparkling warmth, exceeding, excelling, whole nation proud aloud. Rasta said again, yes, it's allowed.
Roots and culture family worldwide. That one you're easy, listen.
Into a rocker's ground, whole nation proud aloud, whole nation.
Pull up one. Bad chat coming now, one more. Encore.
Oh, what a privilege to get on your feet. It could be like sacrilege, just to not realize it. They were obedient and disciplined, and they fought with sparkling warmth, exceeding, excelling, whole nation proud aloud. Rasta said again, yes, it's allowed.
Nah, like me, I tell you that one you're bad, you know.
Into a rocker's crowd, the whole nation proud aloud. Whole nation proud aloud. Among the youth, winners in the town, winners in the world, in something not concerning, with discord and disperse, no regret, rewind or reverse, sports full of incentives, more young biochemists, yes, you are quite impressive, and your counselors progressive.
Whole nation crowd alone, me not lie.
Whole nation proud alone. Whole nation proud alone. Yes, it's allowed to shout aloud into a rocker's crowd. Whole nation proud alone among the youth.
Reggae music suited to my body and soul.
With all the things you say and done to me,
Yes, Rasta.
You say you don't give apology.
Bye.
Sharing your words
Yes,
with
sir.
the boys and the girls.
Welcome
Being
in.
on the other side, giving your right.
Easy, Professor. Midnight Rasta trying to keep your eye tiny here, sir.
Yeah.
I'm gone.
No sound, no sound, family, no sound.
Like peace to I swiftly gather. Your children are gathered to thee. With orange, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our needless eye, who keeps Ethiopia free, to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness leading. We hail to our God
Yes, I. Can you hear me good?
Gusa salam. Yes, I.
Come in, Shabba.
Yes, I. Give thanks once again
Yes, sir, we can.
for another day, another light to give Isis to the glory of the sunlight and the rising under the sun, moon, and stars. To do better this day than we did yesterday. Another chance, another redemption. Give thanks. Hallelujah. I. Sila, Sila, Sila. Besame Ab, well, Memphis Kudus, highly Akal, Abba Kudus Kedamawe, highly Selassie Siam, Exhibia. Adhu Amlak, Ab, well, Memphis Kudus, highly Akal, Abba Kudus Kedamawe, highly Selassie Siam, Exhibia. Beruta Ab, well, Memphis Kudus, highly Akal, Abba Kudus Kedamawe, highly Selassie, Siam Exhibia. Our Father, who dwell in Zion, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom has come, thy will shall be done throughout earth as it is in Zion. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against Zion. Strengthen us in temptation, and deliver I and I from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever, world without end. O Ethiopia, be happy because of the victory that I hold within. For the glory of thy is the elect of the Most High, the anointed of the Most High, the King of kings and the Lords of lords, the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, the precious wood in the water, and the oil and the rock. Yes, the light and the fire. Fire purify the righteous. Fire burn the weak heart unto righteousness. For I lift up my eyes into the hills from which comes I help. I help come from the Most High. Abakudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie Sim Exibia, who established Zion on earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He to keep I shall not slumber. Hold, he to keep Israel Ethiopia shall neither slumber nor sleep. The true and living light, Abakudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie Sim Exibia, is I keeper. The true and living light, Abakudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie, the first Nagul Rastafari, Sim Exibia, is to shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thy by day, nor the moon by night. The true and living light, Abakudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie Sim Exibia, he shall watch over I night. He shall cut the clear the way for I night to pass through. I and thy brethren, thy sister, and thy youth. Selah. For this is the new covenant given unto I. Thy words and thy irit that's been given to I shall not leave thy or thy seed forever. I and I shall inherit the blessed land and the redemption and restoration. Ho, 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 ho. Come eat, come drink without money, without price. Wherefore do you drink and eat that which satisfied not? Delight thyself in fatness, and let thy irit delight itself. Eat and listen, and you shall live, and I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sure mercies of David, for I have given him as a witness, as a leader, as a commander, for we, the black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity and sovereignty of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage. We do hereby gather and uphold this Constitution of the Ethiopian World Federation, Incorporated, unto His Imperial Majesty as Commander-in-Chief of the Mahel Safari, the Lord of Hosts, in accordance with the 1931 Ethiopian Constitution, Article Chapter 2, Powers and Prerogatives of the Emperor, Article 29 and Article 30. So I give thanks for the blessed invitation for the dry bones to rise up and take part in the holy Armageddon, and the new skin and the new irit and the new cloak that has been given to I, the new robe of righteousness. So give I the peace, for peace shall go before thee, and peace shall be thy reign. Selah, Selah, Selah. Give thanks, Chair.
Yes, I give thanks, Chaplain. All right, all right. Welcome in, everyone. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Thursday. Or for my crew that is on the time zone with the UK and the continent. Hope y'all having a good Friday early rising. All right. Bit of a technical difficulty, but we getting it going. All right. So everyone, welcome in. This evening we will have a wonderful topic again, expanding on music and expanding on that vibration. And we're going into a bit more detail tonight, some good details. So looking forward to this reasoning this evening. It's gonna be wonderful. We've been focusing on the constructs of the language that we use, the verbiage that we use, and the different mechanisms we use to embolden ourselves, to encourage ourselves, and to strengthen ourselves, instead of having ourselves being under the control of others. So, with gratitude and thanks, welcome in everybody for coming in, and look out for us. We're gonna have some few things next strong to let you all know about. So definitely check us out next strong again. We got some good events coming up. Just taking a little break right now, but we'll be in through in one moment.
It's muted, Chair. I pray the I is still muted, Chair. We can't hear you. Selah.
Are you talking to me?
No, we're talking to the chair who's hosting the meeting. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry about that. Can you all hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right, yes, sir. All right. So, like I said, we got some few things coming up. Next strong, we'll be announcing. But also we definitely have our Shea Butter initiative. So if anybody if anybody is wanting to get some shea butter at some good prices, we will have that very, very soon. Very, very soon. And we got some, you can pre-order right now if you like, but definitely check us out. For Local 49 Mahel Safari, we got our shea butter initiative, straight from Ghana, great shea butter, organic. Edible. So definitely check out detail. We'll take care of that. All right. Minister Liza, are you able to?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, we'll start first with a little vibration, then we'll open the discussion. Patient. Nagu Salam, blessed everyone, blessed everyone. We played a little chant rhythm from Ethiopia. But there is something very mystical about the chants that the priests sing in Ethiopia. Well, there are many things that are mystical about the chants and the priests in Ethiopia. Also about the language Ge'ez as well. But we know that Ge'ez is the language of a priest. So we always stress to most people is when we discuss his imperial majesty that as little as we may say it in the modern times, being that he was an emperor, but being that he was also trained in the priesthood to speak Ge'ez, being the head of a church, the Tawido Church. His Imperial Majesty is a king priest. No doubt, no question. He is a king priest. So we began last week on a very mystical journey. And this journey is science. But what we have done in mostly all of the classes is we've laid a foundation to build on this science with. So we pray that in the past classes, maybe some of the information we've conveyed has started to lock into your consciousness. So as we go through this science, you start learning how to correspond it in all of the many different aspects of your life. I listened to a lot of dialogue from conscious members in the community. And if you ever notice, especially today, most of those, especially on the internet and so forth, who are saying they're conscious or we can each us whatsoever, they also do music. They also found their expressional voice in music. Now we could take that as a kind of coincident, kind of abstract, but there's science there because it's a repetitive nature with a certain archetype. So that means there's something there. So it takes us to do the research, look into it, because nobody's going to tell our story like we tell our story. Nobody's going to realize what we are living through until we research it and study the science. So just to do a recap, and going to do a recap from last week, but we're going to start first with the recap into the temple building. And then we're going to come back out and go into a little quick clip from last week to analyze the things that we did last week. So let me pull up our temple building right fast, and then we'll go into it. Okay. That should have opened temple building. Not bad. Go here. So we'll begin with one. We'll get a basic understanding here again. Now, this is a two-part lesson. Your capabilities and powers will come through your collective working. Now, when we speak of nations and we speak of collective security, we're thinking more of nations protecting nations. But let's look at everything, because I want you to study nature. There are bacteria in nature that protect life. The predator of one animal actually sustains another animal by disallowing this one to overpopulate a certain plane. Now, everything in nature is corresponding. So when we talk about correspondence, vibration, polarities, the seven principles of nature, which was given to us in the Emerald Tablets by Dejahuti Thoth. The key here is now a terminology that we use in our Constitution: unity and solidarity. Unity, coming together. So let's unify to have one voice. But where is that voice solidified at? Where is it? Remember, because the solidarity is a solid. Remember, my brother said we can keep it solid. We're going to keep it 100. So that means we're going to put this weight behind this. This is where all us going to stand on. So you say, in one aspect, you say, well, it's hard to consider to make all of these people who have these differences unite. Correct? But then we could throw a party and play music. The Rasta, the Hebrew, the Moor, Nation of Islam, the Christian, the Muslim, all could go on the dance floor and dance. Because they've all agreed that they're there to have a good time. And in their united aspects, they making a party live. But they're solidified and having a happy time, a good time. And they allowed the music to guide them there. They allowed the music to guide them there. Now, is that science? Or is that just something that's happening? You know what I mean? That all of us could go to the skating rink, dance. We could go back out and we could hold to our religious differences. But how did the music remove the discord? How did the music place everyone in this other energy? So this is science. Now, I keep saying that because we don't want to take it like it's just something that just happened. See, we're the scientists, so we have to study it. We're looking at the situation of our people, and we're studying a science on how to heal, mend, gain an understanding of our conditions. So you're on the call now, you're being called to be a scientist, to observe, study, compare, analyze. Now, the scientist has to have the unbiased mind, certain mindset to analyze it. And when scientists do that, each of the scientists have their own perspective of life. But when they go into the laboratory, they have a code or a standard. So it's standardization. And that standard is what they use to do a determination on things or measure things. So they all have a solidarity in the measurements that will be used so that they could do determination. So I like what our Moorish brothers and sisters put. They say freedom, peace, and justice. So let's look at that. We all agree on freedom. We all agree on justice. We all agree on peace. And we all agree on truth. So we're studying to obtain truth. But the objectional mind of the scientist has to be free. It can't be cloaked by another thought process, or his study will have a variation. So we have to say, we look at the programming placed on us by our enslavers. And so we all say, to navigate this, or who should steer it, should be a free mind. Because if they're not a free mind, they'll rationalize steering us back out of freedom and back into a compromised situation. So now we have to analyze on our standards. And from our standards, we then do our research. So what we do is we go through a lesson of study, the foundation to obtain a standard. A standard in truth, a standard of mind that will seek justice, a standard of mind that knows the difference in peace and find comfort in colonizers' activity. So we begin with a lesson in temperament, studying the science of the harmonics of nature, music. Man must first realize that he is the living temple of the living God. For God loves the dwelling of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. But the temple has been torn down, and it must be built. First thing in building is laying a foundation. A foundation is always square or squared. A square is 4 times 90, which is there are 4 90-degree angles equal 360 degrees. So a square or a circle, 360. This means we must lay 360 degrees as foundation, or a circle, which is a symbol of eternal divine mind. Eternal divine mind. Why do we use that language? Because in our Constitution, we are told to disseminate an ancient Ethiopian. So in our ancient Ethiopian mind, we're talking about that divine mind, not the fallen mind now. We're talking about that divine mind. This divine intelligence that was one in an overstanding with nature. Well, those are myths. And you Black people, you put a lot of grandiosity on your ancestors. They were so great. How did y'all go into slavery? So we say our ancestors was operating in a certain level of consciousness. And it's not grandiose when we look at their works, which defy the understanding of nature in which the Europeans are able to understand. The pyramids defy their mathematical understanding of ability, human ability. Meaning the mathematics says, okay, there's ways it could be done. But the question is human ability. This defies human ability. So there we have it. Our ancestors operated in an aspect that defied what we consider normal human ability. What were they operating in that gave them this understanding of nature, the ability to work in such a magnitude? So we know these things have happened, but the thing of it all is the returning of that mind that manifested. So where is that frequency? Where's that harmony? Why doesn't the mind unlock it at this time? Where is the mind at? What is it really doing? Is it the mind or is it the heart? This means we must lay 360 degrees as a foundation, or a circle, which is a symbol of eternal divine mind. So man must stand on 360. 3 plus 6 plus 0 equals 9. 9 is a number of completion. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 is the final number. There are 10 numbers. And 9 is the final. Only 10 numbers, but 9 is the final, and 9 is also born. For a woman is 9 months. So 9 is divine mind or born. So in the nation of gods and the earth's 5%, supreme mathematics. In the nation of Islam, there's a supreme mathematics. But born, number 9, born. So what does this mean to us for foundation? Well, in the Bible, Jesus told Peter that he was the rock that he would build his church upon. So Peter holds the keys to the foundation. What we gonna build on? Foundation, which is rock, the faith. For the word Peter means metaphysically faith. So let us get true faith in Peter, chapter 1, verse 3 through 8. In this, Peter gives a foundation to stand on. And if we stand upon these 9 principles every day in all our bidding, we will give birth to the divine mind. We must stand upon faith, virtue, knowledge, temperance, patience, godliness, brotherly and sisterly kindness, charity, and justice, which is 9, the Christ, the divine mind, will follow. Justice. So some people call Jesus justice. So we spoke about justice, freedom. To lay this foundation and digitally ponder, you will be 9, born. For unless a man is born again, remember, unless a man is born again, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. So stand upon 360 equaling 9 and become one of the sealed in these days. Sealed. Sealed. For the sealed, the saved are 144,000. 4, 1 plus 4 plus 4 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 equals 9. Those sealed in divine mind. This is just the beginning. The foundation in the beginning, God, Elohim said, let us make man in our image and likeness. This is Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. Or in the cipher, 1 plus 2 plus 6 equals 9. A born process. The making of the divine mind. Now that we have laid foundation, begun to be born again, how can we enter to the kingdom of heaven? So we are laying this foundation, a mindset. We're looking at this born process. Let us start with understanding the constitution of man's makeup as the temple. For we can see the foundation. The number for God has always been symbolized by the number 7. This number, we must understand its mathematics. before we go any further. So let's do one test on the mathematics of 7. 0 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 equals 28 equals 10. 10 symbolizes man, God, universe as a one microcosm, macrocosm, microcosm, macrocosm. 9 plus 1, 8 plus 2, all the way through to 0 plus 10. In the Kabbalah and in Kabbalistic studies, there are 10 sephiros, spears of the tree of life. Now, when we speak of the tree of life, most don't know that in the temple of Kolombo on the Elephantine of Egypt, they find the hieroglyphic of the tree of life. It is now doctored in what most people call Kabbalistics, but it is heavily part of an ancient, more ancient tradition. One of our math teachers, Amin for the Metanetta, volume 1 through 6. I think he's there. I don't even know where his last volume is now, but he is one of the best teachers to give you an understanding of the Kabbalistical studies. But now we see that 7 is man's constitution. The 7 planes, the 7 Elohims, the 7 stars, 7 chakras, 7 candles, 7 churches, 7 heavens. This is the house, the temple, in which the sun or the Son of God shines upon. So we are dealing in geometry, but geometry is a science way beyond just shape. Why discussion here? Because these shapes represent harmonies. And that you start to look at the diagram in a higher dimension. When we look at this diagram, it was the Temple of Solomon or the solar or the sun man. We see the sun on top of the house, which is symbolism. It's a symbolism. Ross Cipher likes to show how they find this symbol as in the area. There's many more areas as well. The sun, this triangle, the square. They still build churches to symbolize this. You know, many of the first churches we all see was with the cross on it. So rather than the sun or the circle, the cross was placed at the height, which we'll explain that in a minute as well. But here, which the sun shines from. But I want you to look at this in illustration first. And I always like to stress, if you look at this as though the sun was a flashlight and the light was extending from the flashlight. Now, eventually the light, as it expands, its density of light has thinned, but it has covered a greater mass in a certain sense. But when you get back up closer to the source, it's a tighter point. science of life is all about seeing these trajectories. The square, it represents matter. The triangle, it represents atom, atom, energy, atom. It expands, becomes matter. As the light gets further away from the source, it slows down. Now, in the trajectory of light, you would say the light is thinner, but the movement of the light is reaching its limits. But is it its limits in what? Because the source is still there. So what is the limits in? All right, just to put that in your mind. All right, so let's go through the diagram. I wanted to give you that thought for somebody might catch that. We're gonna come back to it. I'm gonna see whose mind thinks this out. It's a riddle. The seven bodies, your body is made up of light. Light vibrates at seven spectrums. You are a possessor of those seven spectrums, those seven frequencies. And each one of those frequencies, based on the level of it, is characterized in a different form. So which form we begin with is the spirit form. Then we go to the spiritual soul. Then we go to mind. Then we go to an emotional body, astral body, life force, and a physical body. Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 says, let us create man in our image and likeness. Now, we've always discussed that us is a plural. In that pluralism, Europeans were unable to properly be able to understand how to interpret it. So it just became, the Elohim at a plural level just became us. Now, most preachers like to say that they believe it was this and that, it was the Christ and so forth, with God in the beginning, but that ain't what the translation said. It said Elohim. Now, the Elohims was when the beginning was characterized as the seven Elohims, or what we learned is the seven angels. Michael, Raphael, Uriel, Gabriel. So we learned of these archangels, angels, angels, angels. But when we track the language of angels, it was not angels or angelos. In the Latin, it was actually theos. So translation, in reality, how they gave us the story in many of the different forms, it's a trickery, because when you go back to the main component, there's a statement says God sent forth seven spirits into all of creation. So when it gets to this statement, let us, Elohim, it's still speaking about the seven spirits. But in this context of the Christian aspect, they derail translation of seven. The seven spirits sent forth into all of creation. Seven spirits sent forth into all of creation. So we speak about light. We speak about the matter, atom. So atom represents a three. Atom is neutron, proton, electron. From the neutron, the proton, the electron, and they all slow down in a certain aspect, they create matter. Matter. Matter is the Latin for mother. So, in the dictation of Eve being the mother of all living things, it's not speaking about a woman. The mother of all living things. Think a woman cannot give birth to the cat, rat, to the dog, to the elephant, to the whale, and all do all of this in 7 days. Eve couldn't do that. After she gave birth to the whale, it was a wrap. She needed relaxation for the next, what, 2 years. It's a hyper. The story is talking science, but the human construct wants to break it down on another level. It's in just regular mind understanding, you would know that is impossible for a woman to give birth to all things. Okay. So we're talking about matter, which is mother or mother nature, the cosmic mother, the feminine principle. So nature is feminine. Nature is feminine. Each one of us, then, our body represents the feminine nature. So in the feminine nature, each one of us has a serpent that's on our tree. The serpent we talk about is most of the time is that Kundalini energy. So Atom is the energy that makes up our being. It's the higher essence. So Eve is tricked by the serpentine energy and gets Atom to what? Partake in this, which causes their fall. And they're removed from their original habitat. They're removed from that original habitat. What does that mean for us? See, now we've got to really start looking at this in a science now. So what we're doing is we're building a mindset to see the science. That's the key. Because as simple as it could be said, and I could say, oh, this the metaphysics of this and this the metaphysics of that. But the natural state of the mind just relatively see that in inspiration or certain scriptures is not there. So the original people who even created the codes is us. So there are certain aspects of what people teach today under the metaphysics and decoding that it should be your natural instinct. But we're not in our original habitat, our habitation, our original nature. So look at this. We're looking at a science of decoding, not just a book, but ourselves. Self-initiation is a key. So in the science, neutron represents spirit. Proton represents soul. Electron represents mind. If you look, that mind is on the crossroad of the higher self and the lower self. It's right there at the bottom. But mind can dwell in the higher self and the lower self. Now, the charge of the mind is key. What would be charge of the mind is key. Meaning the mind will operate as an electron. The mind controls a frequency. The movement of an electron is electricity. The movement of an electron is electricity. So you then equate your mind with the electrical magnetical fields of your being. So we go through studies about the electrical magnetical field. But you have to study that the movement of your mind creates an electrical energy. You say, well, how's that? Well, that's where Reiki and healing comes from. A true understanding of that. So the mind, the emotional body, the astral body, the life force, and the physical body. The emotional body, emotions are up and down, up and down, like water. They're waves. So emotion represents the matter of, or the material aspect matter, water. Astral, the astral body, that's your dream body. So your astral body makes you light like a feather. I'm just saying that just to give you a certain hint or certain thing. It makes you light. And on being light, meaning, you know, when you're standing up and you start to daydream and you start to drift away, that means you were floating like air. And when somebody said, hey, and you catch yourself and then you start to come back down out the air into the body, you were astral projecting. You were moving in that astral field. That's your science. You do it all the time, unknowingly, because you may not even understand the science of yourself. So you've been taught by society since you've been a child to dumb down certain things, even though you know it's not regular. You know it means more than what the society has taught you. Your deja vus, those daydreams where you felt yourself start to lift up out your body. Those dreams where you felt yourself lift about your body. So you know that they have dumbed us down to the science of ourselves. And they've made it to where we have, I don't want to say we've numbed our consciousness to the higher senses of our being. From being a child, when people tell you, oh, don't be thinking about that, don't worry about it, you don't know what you're doing. You know, the grown people in our lives, we're not thinking on spiritual aspects. They're caught up in survival and trying to just make through. So a lot of times when you were a child, there were experiences that were overran or overlooked by the adults, not recognizing the true science in which you are operating. You know, they don't pay attention to the science of it until what is it? The hag get on you. You know, y'all had that dream where you can't move, and the hag to hold you down, and you try to scream, and you screaming, but you can't scream, and ain't no sound coming out. Let's stop right there. Let me ask the person: how many of y'all have had that experience? Let's just see something. Let's just see right now as we're going in this science. How many people have had the experience of the hag get on them? Anybody?
Yes, I have.
Okay, okay, okay. What did the grown people tell you, or what was their explanation to you other than it was the hag got on you? I mean, were anybody able to give you any reasoning or what that was, what happened?
No, I don't think I even asked. I just something I've experienced. I don't think I ever asked anybody what it is, when you can't move and all of that. But
Okay. Okay. We gonna have a very good discussion tonight, y'all, because I'm gonna tell y'all the hag, I'm gonna give y'all her other name. Call her the old woman, the old lady. See, so we made her the hag, but it's the old lady. So it comes from a Geechee thing when the elders used to tell them the old lady done grabbed her. What that mean? The old lady that grabbed them. So they went from the old lady to the hag. See, because I think that's like the white lady, oh, that's the plantation master, oh, evil, oh, nasty, oh, wrinkled old woman, something trying to grab me. Ooh. So we started imagining it on one level. But it was originally taught to us as the old lady. And that's gonna be important in a minute. Cause who is the old lady? But anybody else had that experience? Wow, that's something. Only two people on the call. Hello? Somebody says something? Anybody else had that experience what they called the hag got on them? Or they felt like the hag got on them and they couldn't yell, they couldn't make a sound, and they were stuck.
Sleep paralysis. Yeah.
Yeah, like you paralyzed. You can't move. You trying to jump up. You want to get up because you're scared, but and you looking around the room. You looking around the room like you're awake now.
Yes,
So
I.
you like,
Nobody.
Yes, I.
huh?
I experienced that too. Yes, I.
Yes, I.
Feel that.
Okay, okay, okay. So as we talk about higher self, lower self, and we talk about astral projection, and we talk about um, the science of this. This is science, but it's reality now. So it's a caught between a dimension in a sense. It's like uh waking up in your astral in your dream walking, but you didn't wake up. You were still there. You woke up on the other side. You kind of feel me? Then you
Yes, sir.
like you looking at this side. You looking at this side, and you thought you jumped out by waking up, but you still was on that side. But you looking at this side. So you trying to yell to this side. No, ain't not come out. Trying to move on this side. Can't move. You stuck on the other side. How your body in the in between. You a star traveler. It's amazing when you learn who the old lady is. See, because your first aspect of the experience is fear. You were not trained for a certain level of an experience that you were birthed for. Listen, how many other races you think talk about the hag? Hmm? Hmm. You'll figure it out in a minute. So let's let's go into the science a little bit more. This is gonna be a beautiful thing. That's gonna be a beautiful thing. So when we get here, we get to the four elements: water, emotions, air, astral, fire, life force, earth, physical. Now, in the Bible, it says, let us create man in our image and our likeness. Man is given dominion over the fishes of the sea, water, the fowls of the air, astral air, the cattle of the land, fire. Now, I always try to ask this question because we learn in the science and we have to catch on to the symbolism. Now, cattle of the land. Because fire is the act moving forward, but the land is life force and it's fire. So symbolically, life force, cattle of the land. What is that? Anybody remember cattle?
I didn't hear that question, Russ. And somebody has up their hand, by the way. Queen Ifea has up her hand. But I didn't understand the question. It didn't come through clear what you said, Russ.
What does cattle do? Cattle of the land. What does the cattle do?
Chew the cud, chew the grass.
Anybody?
You cut out, Russ. I didn't hear what the I
Yeah,
said.
man. So your signal was kind of weak a while ago. It was shaky.
Oh,
Yeah.
in the cattle, in the aspect of the cattle,
Uh-huh.
what in the aspects of the what they do? What does the cattle do? You said it chews the shrub. What in that name of in that type of word? What would you call that word? What
Grazing the grass.
grazing the grass? Anybody else? Another term, just to give us a clear understanding on it. Tilling the earth. You take the cattle to till the earth. Even though you say grazing the grass, they're still preparing the earth for harvest. They're part of the fertilization process and so forth, but they're preparing the earth for harvest. So they're tilling the earth. All right. They're tilling the earth. So your life force in, all right. So your emotional body, that's water. Your astral body, that's your dream body, your astral body. Your life force is your breath and your blood. So breath and blood are represented by fire. When we talk about the candle that you don't want blown out, so you don't want this fire blown out. You don't want all the breath of your body blown out. You don't want all the blood of your body blown. But what does your breath and your blood both do? They both till the earth. They prepare your body for harvest. When you talk about the food and the blood and the pineal and the minerals and all that, the blood is tilling the earth. It is preparing. It is sending out the certain things to get the body ready to do something. when you do the breathing aspect. So these life forces are tilling your earth, preparing it for something, to bring forth something. So these are the keys. What sacrifice on the altar? The blood. But your blood now is not a blood sacrifice on an altar of death, but an altar of life, an altar of love. This is where Rasta came in and said, Aita. You know, Aita is vital, vital living, vital nutrients, vital life. So we return the vitality to life. So the blood sacrifice is you tilling, or as in the scripture says, when the bridegroom is to come, most will not be ready. But the bridesmaids, some bridesmaids, will have to do what? They will have to make themselves ready. So we are supposed to make ourselves ready. What is it? What are we making ourselves ready for? What do we have to do? So now we're building up to make ourselves ready. And then it says, okay, ready for what? What do we? So it's not just ready in our traditions, ancient Ethiopian traditions. It's called regeneration. Our ancestors spoke about a regeneration science. Two aspects of this. The mercy of it comes from the natural destruction and chaos that took place on the earth. So the natural destruction and the chaos that took place on the earth, it created a fallen one. So when we talk about Nephilims and all of these so forth things, which we're going to get to, these fallen ones, when we found them, we started a regenerative process. Science, scruples and dogmas to start the regenerative process. Now, we had higher degrees because we lived within the science. But these fallen ones, as time went by, they grew. But it really wasn't that they grew in numbers, because their birthing rate was low. There was another natural destruction that released another magnitude of them out of the underground cities of the earth. And these ones that came out, oh, they were horrible. They were horrible. And so the process became derailed. But some of the process had begun. So this is where you start getting a lot of your blue blood people throughout the European constructs. So there was a science that we started doing that later on would be called a regenerative process we did on the Tahoe or the Nephilium, the fallen ones. And we tell about how we found them. You know, in the time of building the ziggurats up near the Sumerian areas, so forth, the Iranian areas, the Zig pyramids, they were hewing stones up into the Caucasus mountain areas. And this is when they find those who are on all fours, these fallen ones. So we started a process. We started a tradition and a lesson of teaching. And training. This is some of the first stages of what later on became the claimage of invasions and so forth too. But in that process, we study the science of how to try to regenerate a people from a fallen stage. And this then became our key to our science, even right now, today. That's the key where we're looking at. In the one aspect, does you hear about the Enlil and Enkidu story in the Gilgamesh epics, and that when they found these fallen ones, there was the great debate on how to deal with them. And one group wanted to kill them all, and another group said we don't have that right to kill them off because you can't overcome a falsehood or a lower frequency with a low frequency. Other than that, then you just reject it in another form. Now, that's a science we'll discuss later on, but in that process, our science of the caduceus, our science of the star connections were expressed. And our science of protecting those who were rightful of birthright, who had not dwelt with the fallen ones, became another dimension of science and things encoded. And so now when you overstand that there are two-dimensional natures on, there's a fallen nature and there are those who are holders of the measurements of the original nature. Now their nature has been shut down through years of trauma and so forth. So do they still hold the nature? Well, yes, they hold the measurements because they're not of the mutant strand that have fallen through the great chaos. So this is where you start to understand where they had the hierarchy of birthright that was coming out of Africa and everyone wanted to claim it. And still today, everyone still wants to claim it. The hierarchy of birthright. And that hierarchy of that birthright, where does it come from? What was the original nature of it that deemed the world to want that birthright? So when we talk about the science, we're talking about why do we have bloodline wars on the earth? Because that's what we're witnessing to. But we don't understand it because it's been broken down to a basic conquest of slavery. And then you try to look at these great people and say, how were these great people put into the conquest of slavery if they were these divine ones and so forth? But then now the measurement of time and what took place and how we went from one graceful nature to a fallen, sleeping nature is not understood. Well, first thing is, what's not understood is the bloodlines. That's the first thing that's not understood. Who are these Charlemagnes out of France and so forth? Why does England, why does Caesar, why does all of them, why does Napoleon, every one of them want to claim titleage to our lineage? Every last one of them. So, but at the same time, they're trying to destroy the blood lineages that represent that in Africa. How did we get here? What is their goal? How did we get here? What is their goal? What do they see that we don't see? Because the paradox is today we imitate them for what we believe is happiness. Steak and lobster, smoke a big cigar, ride around with a fancy little poodle in the car, and we living a life. Imitated of looking at them and saying they know what the key to living life is. But in the back of their cellars, they're studying your ancient ones. And they're doing all the gross test things to activate certain hormonal, adrenal aspects in their being to unlock epigenetics that they think is necessary for them to access things in the nature that we don't do. You know, people talk about all this child kidnapping and stuff like this, and the fear factor adrenals that they want, and they say it's to restore the health, you know, but they're using it in ceremonial ways as well. But it's driving them in another illmatic way. See, because once they go down that road, their consciousness now has to keep justifying. So the only way to justify is to do what? You have to then dehumanize the people even more. And then you have to upgrade yourself. So instead of them really coming to that natural harmony, they come to a great disharmony. And this war starts with first just the knowledge of self and why to keep you out of it is so important. Like, those is the first stages where we should be thinking, like, they strictly have to today. I was trying to think what year it is. What is the movie Gods of Egypt? That was what, 2023, 2022? The Gods of Egypt, they just did that movie.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit before that. Probably like
Yeah,
2018.
something like that. I know it was recent though.
Yeah, because they had what's his name? Chadwick Boseman. He was
So
Toth.
so they took a whole African construct, black people, and they strategically took those identifications in 2000s. Same thing they've been doing for the last thousands of years. And it's not a by accident thing they're doing. They're doing an intentional keep you away from something. The cartoons your children are raised with, the movies you're away to watch, all of them subject your consciousness to an outlook that steers you away from something. So your nature now, what it is, it's a curse in a sense. What the brother is, he went on to talk about the hair, how they forced our women and us to readjust our hair and everything to fit a certain imagery. And when we think of an imagery of success, the imagery has to imitate a certain European standard. So that's a conquest of our mind, which is important here. So when we look at the mind is the crossroad between the higher self and the lower self. Mind has two aspects here. The number 5 is the number for power. So now when you think of a powerless people, you think of a people who are, like Malcolm X said, we are out our mind. So when His Imperial Majesty says disseminate the ancient Ethiopian, so it's to help you restore this mind. But what took place to deviate you from this mindset? And what is the mindset? So it's not easy just to say, okay, well, we'll just talk about our history. And then, okay, that should get you there. No, you need to understand the science of this. What are you mending? How are you mending this? And what is it doing for you? Because now you're talking about remembering your nature. So it's like a bicycle. You remember how to ride it, and then all of a sudden you get on it and all your instincts kick back in. You remember your art. You remember how to keep balance. You remember how to move and keep motion, which gives you power to flow. So remembering this is mind, is power. So how can we power a movement? Well, the mindset is the key. Solidarity. Well, what should we have solidarity in? In our truth. And our mind should be free. So freedom, peace, truth, justice. But what's our justice? Our justice is our nature restored. That's our first justice, is our justice unto ourselves. Then we have the consciousness and the intelligence to demand justice from those who have bewildered us from our nature before. But we first have to restore our minds, or else what would it be good to receive a rewards and then we're still the wounded, and all we do is then give our power back to them, give our minds back to them. Meaning if we got more money, we would endeavor ourselves deeper into the European reality before we had gained our consciousness to stay on our course of our own developments, our own sustainability. So it is to realize, why is it important to gain that mind? How did we lose it? But it's a key to our power. And there's more. Let's go a little further. So the mind is the mirror to the soul. Now, when we talk about mirror, I want you to say the word in your head: mirror, 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 mirror. Now, tell me, what's another word that pops in your head That's similar but not the same when you think about mirror.
Reflection.
Reflection. Okay. All right. All right. Anyone else? So the soul looks to the mind as a mirror. The soul sees the reflection of what it's supposed to be. Remember, the soul represents a proton, a prototype. So it's a nature. So when it looks to the mind, it looks at that and says, okay, this is the reality. It doesn't fight it. It gives you what you desire, all your imagination. And I shall give unto man all his imagination. So it gives you what you desire, all your imagination. So the soul into the mind. Right? Now, we always talk about soulmates. Soulmates. Soulmate. Everybody talking about that soulmate, that soul bond. But if your soul looks to your mind and your mind does not see or does not reflect your divine nature, your soul becomes disconnected from its spiritual height and trapped in an earthly realm, trapped in the box, trapped in the box because it looked into this mirror, the mind. So when you think of your mind, you're thinking about a soul trap. Soul trap. So don't just think when we say, oh yeah, boys, think about getting building our mind back, just remembering our nature. No, because we're talking about a strategy and understanding the strategy that was used against us. Now the soul or the travel of the soul in the ancient Ethiopian teachings, if we go by coming forth by day, each one of us is the swath mummy of a soul. So if they trick your mind, they trick your soul into a hologram, illusion, the box. So the soul looks into the mind. And the mind reflects its emotional trauma, its high blood pressure, life force is off of balance. Its physical nature is suffering the cause and effects of all of these things. And the mind is falling, which has trapped the soul. So at one time, the soul was connected to its soulmate, the spirit. It was connected to the light of itself, the sun of itself. But the soul fell. And it only sees itself now in the physical body. And I saw an angel fall from heaven to earth. We fall down, but we get up. And I saw a man fall 7 times and get back up. We fall down. So the trickery of the mind takes you out of your equality. your 6. As above, so below. So now we trapped in a box. We trapped in emotional distress, physical distress, life force distress. Even our astral projections or our dreams are in distress. We in a box. So today what we're talking about is realizing we've been put in the box. Looking at the dimensions on how to come out of the box. How to come out of the box. So today we're taking it kind of slow because a lot of times we speed through this 7 bodies. So again, our ancestors said that we are Afurah. Everyone say Afurah. 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 We are the flesh of Ra. We are the children of the sun. We are bodies of light. So again, our ancestors didn't have religion. They spoke in science. And so when they spoke about that, they were saying we were bodies of light. Today, scientists now recognize that our DNA is hydrogen, made up of strands of hydrogen. Well, hydrogen is the same thing in the sky called the sun. We're bodies of light. So we have 7 bodies, a 7 frequency vibration. So now when you look at that, you go into another component of when we start speaking about these 7 bodies, we talk about the 7 chakras, which is very important. Even though there's more chakras, but we talk about the main 7 centers, right? Now, when we talk about these main 7 centers, there's also what me and you all forget is our endocrine system. Now, in the human body, we have an endocrine system. And your chakras are connected to this endocrine system in your body. Now, anybody know what the endocrine system does?
Can't remember. I do know, but I can't remember.
The endocrine system is a network of glands and organs that produce hormones. So, last week we talked about hormones, harmony, and harmony. How is hormones and harmony important? But let's look first at this endocrine system. So when you look at your chakras, you have your root chakra, solar plex chakras, you have your heart chakras, you have your throat chakra, you have your pineal, your third eye chakras, where your endocrine system is operating and working, is in these chakra system components. The endocrine system is a network of glands and organs that produce and release hormones to regulate and control bodily functions. Hormones act as chemical messengers, carrying instructions and information between cells and coordinating activities. Now, On that level, you have what is called your HPA axis. How many of you know what your HPA axis is? Your hypothalamus, pituitary, and your adrenal, which all go into operation when you're put into fight or flight, when you're put into fear. Fear. So fear is a very deep component with us. Fear is a very deep component with us. And when this hypothalamus, pituitary, and its adrenal activate, they shut down the frontal lobes of the brain and just make you operate like in caveman, animalistic survival mode, because they don't need you to be reasoning and thinking. And when this HPA axis kicks in motion, right? Again, it's using all your energy to prepare for flight or fight. And your digestive system shuts down, because if you about to fight, you ain't trying to use no bathroom. So your digestive system is locking. But think about this. You as a people, you're in this mode all day long. And it's draining the adrenal. And the adrenal is trying to produce this hormone, so it's draining nutrients throughout your body. And you're in this mode all day long. You're in fight or flight. Everything is survival mode. The job is survival mode. House is survival mode. Out in the streets is survival mode. If you try to go out to eat, it's survival mode. No matter what, you're in survival mode. You're in threat. But the mentalities that construct the culture in which we live in create an environment that perpetuates this. Now, the minds that are to overcome this have to first be able to see and return to another mindset free from this. So it's meaning it's we could be a protester, but if you still contained in the box, you got to escape the box before you just protest that they put people in the box. So we figure out a way to gain an understanding how to liberate our consciousness. So we study our ancient science of self. So you are seven bodies. Afu Ra, the flesh of Ra. Let me go further. Now, before I leave here, I was about to go through this next thing, but I wanted to, since I already touched this, and I wanted to make sure I do this clear, because we've hit this science before, but I want you to know it's our science. And what it means to us, because what we're about to read again, it's a key here. So when we look at temple building science here, let's look at the Bible, and they tell you that Jesus was in the tomb 3 days, then he raised to his Christ spirit, but he wasn't all the way there, remember, because he still had to do something else. Joshua was 3 days to cross River Jordan, Jonah 3 days in the belly of the whale. Lazarus in the tomb 4 days. Moses took the people across the Red Sea, but Joshua took them to the promised land. Hiram Abiff was in the grave 4 days until Solomon raised him. It took 3 attempts. Note, we will later explain this, but we're going to hit this now. But as we said before, the mind has the ability to dwell in the higher self or the lower self. So you have in the lower self again the 4 day concepts, the 3 day constructs, but the square is the 4. The triangle is the 3. Now, Pythagorean theory, this is what they call it in school, the Pythagorean theory. But why is it the Pythagorean theory? But it's not. They already showed you this. Dr. Ben in Black Man of the Nile showed you in the Black Man of the Nile that the Pythagorean theory was written in the pyramids. I can't recall the dynasty. I think it might have been the fourth dynasty with the pyramids of Giza, if I'm not mistaken. But here, let's look at what the Pythagorean theory is actually speaking into. And
You're
remember,
not sorry, Russ, you're not showing anything. It's just your name on the screen. There's nothing showing.
all right, can you see it now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. All right. So remember, the square is 4, the triangle is 3. We're in the lower cell, trapped in the box. I saw an angel fall from heaven, operating in their Christ consciousness, the spiritual, to where they've fallen, and now they only operate in the physical. The spiritual being has fallen to fight or flight. They are bound in the box, and we're trying to figure out what would be the key we could go through this doorway and get to the upper room. For us to go through the doorway and get into the upper room, up into the higher self. What is the key? What is the key getting into that upper room? So when we look at this Pythagorean theory, we're saying that we're here at the bottom at B at 4 because we're in the lower self. We want to get over here to A, which is 3 to the higher self. So we're looking at the answer to that question would be we would need the answer to what is C. So we know in the Pythagorean theory it would be A and B would be A square and B 9. B would be squared 4 times 4, which would be 16. So the lower self represents 16. The higher self is represented by 9, which is 1. But it was 25. 25 is the square root of 25 is 5. So how do I get from the lower self to the higher self? Is and 5 is mind. So the key to getting from the lower self to the higher self is mind. So this is algebra when you go to school, algebra, but algebra, al, God, geb, earth, ra, sun. So when we look at 5, this mind, it is the key to get the lower to the higher. And Pythagorean theory appear to be part of a codex, which we're gonna make clear. Go. And so when we say go to that door, and that kingly priestly pillar, we're talking about this ancient Ethiopian history, the ancient Ethiopian science. So remember, the doorway represents Melchizedek, Melchizedek, but the doorway also is the symbol of what you call the tree of life. And here is the drawing of the 10 basins of
Brady
brass.
Russ. Sorry, Russ.
Yes.
The image has gone off the screen. It's only your name is up there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's get to a little more beginning of where we was at last week, and we'll come back. So,
Russ. Oh,
yes.
yeah, I just wonder.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Russ, I can hear you. Yes, yes. But before you jump off of the sub where you are, I wonder if I could have just come in with something when you're on that subject of the four and the three and the how you transfer from one to the other and the Pythagoras
Yes.
theorem. Could I say something?
Uh-huh. Go
Yeah,
ahead, go ahead.
yeah. The law of Pythagoras. You know, it's a law that functions it, and algebra is that what you do to one side, you must do to the other. If you add and subtract from one, if you add from one side, you must add to the other. If you subtract from one side, you must subtract from the other. It's called the law of platform. And and in the law of platform, plus and minus work together, and multiplication and division work together. And why I just is just so that the eye has come up with this, because I've been actually working on this week here on the actual how you transfer from one platform to another platform. Like what is the how would you move from the if you because as they work in platforms as plus and minus work together and multiplication and division work together, how would you then what is it that joins we're talking of the number 3 and 4, because 3 and 4 is 3/4, 3 times 4 is 12, 3 plus 4 is 7. You know, 3 and 4 are these basic numbers of the building blocks of life. And so how do you get from one to the other? How can you get from one, as you need to use the Pythagoras theorem, which is as what you do to one, you do what you do to one side, you do to the other. How do you get from the plus and minus platform to the multiplication and division platform? What is the correlation to it? And the only way that there's a correlation between the only thing that can correlate those two platforms is liquidity, the science of liquid, the science of water. So yeah, so I've been working on that this week, and where it takes you into quantum mechanics, which is a different level of science again, the science of liquidity, because then it gives you the ability to gives you a formula to forecast. Like you're able to forecast, which gives you the forecast is prophecy. So I just wanted to bring that in. I mean, I could go into it a little bit more, but I just wanted to that the I brought that up. It's just I would say serendipity. That I've actually been working on that this week, and it fits perfectly into the eyes teaching. But what it actually does put down, what it does actually, where I've actually uh, broached the subject of it, of how to do it. It takes you into the Menfes Kedus, or the Holy Spirit, or the Duat from ancient Kemet. Uh, how the function of the duat operates in the ancient mindset. So that is what I've been on this week, and it fits in perfectly with what the guy is saying there. But without giving a sort of demonstration, I just hope the IDM can just grasp what I'm saying, that the where modern science does not associate with the spiritual aspect of I and I, or in the spiritual aspect of people, as the physical to the metaphysical. They don't acknowledge it. This subject would actually force acknowledgement. Yes, sir. Give thanks. I think Minister Lazarus has dropped off, I think. Chair? Okay, he's back. Russ Lazarus, I don't know if you can hear. I can't hear the eye. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes. Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes.
All right.
But your screen is down now. Your screen is down.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, what you just said is right on point, and that's why I talked about the endocrine, because a lot of people talk about how our hormones are conditioned also by the current and the moon, and even when they say it's a full moon outside, they tell you, boy, you better be careful. They're gonna be acting up out there tonight. Full moon, So our people have statements that we make um, regular, and those statements are real ancient science that our ancestors knew, but we kind of got a paralleled away from it in a certain sense. Um, Let me pull up my screen now. Just want to get us a little update here. stimulate the imagination of building authors and teachers. Purely materialistic art. And today we look at rappers, dancehall, and we see them being trapped by in the pit. Through materialistic illusions. And then the art starts to reflect that. But this music, these arts, these videos, these films, they cultivate something in us. And its art is really, as stated, the admiration for the creator. The admiration for the creator. How do you admire the creator? You know, how do you express that you see the good and the beautiful? Beautiful. Beauty. We're going to go a little further. We're going to move fast. And we're going to talk a little science. And hopefully our guests will be available as we get to this next stage. But got to read this. Reading this point, and I'll make it. I will stress. We're talking about frequency. We're talking about energy. And we're going to go deep on what this means to our being, our healing, you know, our restoration, our reparations. The archetypal cosmic musical system, harmony of the spheres, harmony of the spheres. So when we speak about Ma'at, we're speaking about a harmony, a justice, a balance that's in nature, the frequency, the face of nature, the intelligence of the creator. It's a frequency, a harmony. The cosmic conscious Egyptians developed their music from the cosmos itself, the harmony of spheres. Now this comes from Dejahudi to Hudi, Thoth. The Egyptians' understanding of universal harmony in an astronomical musical sense was confirmed by early Greek and Roman travelers. Diodorus of Sicily, in his book 1, section 16:1, states, it was by Thoth Tehuti, according to ancient Egyptians, who was the first to observe the orderly arrangement of the stars and the harmony of the musical sounds and their nature. So, Happy New Year's. There's a frequency that's being birthed. What does it mean? The intimate relationship between astronomy and music is the most important fundamental in the Egyptian thinking. So, you know, a lot of time y'all think, you know, people just think, oh man, I'm just making music how I feel, you know, and I'm dropping it, you know, and I'm doing this thing. That ain't really what it is. So let's let's bring it to the excellence, like His Majesty said. Let's take it out of the materialistic construct and see it in the spiritual science. See, because if you don't see it in the spiritual science, it's always materialistic art. It's not based on nothing else. And the thing about music and art is, like, I could be talking to you right now, and 85% of what I said, your consciousness puts up a defense. The fear of feeling inadequate, the fear of feeling like someone could be smarter or more intelligent, the fears aspects kick in before it's, oh, my brother and us, we just build and we share knowledge. So what happens is the fear aspect will make a person's brain shut down before they even hear what you say. But the thing about music is the being does different. See, because that means you're made up of harmonies, the planets and all of this. So your natural nature is harmony and frequency. So that's why I had love about the sister at Black August, Sister Nia, when she was speaking, is because she talked about making songs to teach the children. And I know that's a fact because my daughter is in the gifted group. My son is in the gifted group. My son, my youngest son and my youngest daughter right now, both of them learned from Akili and I can't even call the group name. I'm mad now because I like to big them up because they have an education system where she teaches language, she teaches the metaneta, but she does them through songs. And my children catch them off the rip because it's frequencies. And the frequency is not like how education is. Education is invasive to dominate the mind and implant a program. When it comes as music, is trying to harmonize with your consciousness. So when you come to people with music, they open up first before they put up the defense. But if you read a book or talk, the defense goes up, the barrier thought process go up, the sleep mode kicks in, the nod, can't stay awake, all of those things happen. The shutdown. So the intimate relationship between astronomy and music is the most important fundamental in the Egyptian thinking. Astronomy and music. This intimacy is manifested in all aspects of Egyptian system, as we will see throughout this book. While Western Academy attributes the knowledge of astronomy to the Greeks, early historians report otherwise. The great Strabo admitted that the Egyptian priests are supreme in the science of the sky. The Egyptians imparted some of their precepts, although they concealed the greater part. The Egyptians revealed to the Greeks the secrets of the full year, whom later ignored as with many other things. Modern astronomy is attributed to the works of Johannes Kepler, and he is credited with having discovered the three planetary laws. Yet none of these Western academians tell us how Kepler arrived out of thin air at these conclusions. In truth, Kepler boasted in print at the end of the book 5 of his series, Harmony of the World, that he rediscovered the lost laws of Egypt, as stated below. Now, 18 months after the first light, 3 months after the true day, but a very few days after the pure sun of the most wonderful study began to shine. Nothing restrains me. It is my pleasure to yield to the inspired frenzy. It is my pleasure to taunt mortal men with the candid knowledge that I am stealing the golden vessels of the Egyptians to build the tabernacle to my God from them, far, far away from the boundaries of Egypt. The jubilant Kepler did not state that he himself discovered anything. Rather, it was all ancient Egyptian. Clements Alexandrius 200 mentioned 40 volumes to the Egyptian various two were on music and four others on astronomy. One containing a list of fixed star phenomena and two others by the rising. Another containing the cosmograph and the geograph, the course of the sun, moon, and planets. Several ancient Egyptian divinities, gods, goddesses. One of the musical Netrus or Net goddess was Hathor. We always talk about the seven Hathors. The seven Hathors, seven stars, Ra.
Your sound is playing up, Russ. No sound.
See that it's stalling out. Hold on.
Your screen has gone off, Russ. We're not hearing you.
Yeah, I'm trying Bluetooth stuff. That don't. Yeah. With music. One of the main musical neterus, gods, goddesses, was Hathor. So we always talk about the seven Hathors. The seven Hathors, seven star system, seven musical notes, Hammett, the Kamut. Her shrines are spread throughout Egypt. Well, we watched the video. Was where they said Moses was supposed to have been born to get the commandments. But archaeologists found the temple of Hathor. Please don't forget. Hathor was and is called the seventh Was it still sharing? It's not still sharing.
There's difficulties here, Russ. We're not hearing the eye clearly, and yeah, you're coming in intermittent. Your voice is coming in and out. I don't know if you can hear I, but that's what's happening. We can't hear you clearly. What's going on?
Sheba, 7. Notice below the 7 columns with Hathor's head in the photography from the Amelia Temple in Aswan. The text of the beautiful hymn of the 7 Hathors in the Dendra was the intimate relationship right here between music and the cosmos. There's the sky and the stars make music to you. The sun and the moon make music to you. The Netarus exalt you. The Netarus sing to you. There's an harmony in nature. When we say Ma'at, it's a harmony. And we speak about the restoring of in this we'll come to learn that they have a teaching called the 7 harmonies. And in the 7 harmonies, spears, the 7 spears of the cosmos, shall have this certain harmony, this certain energy that they're vibrating throughout nature. And it's translating throughout nature. And with it translating throughout nature, it affects us, and it's part of what we developed from. So there's a natural harmony. And the science of that, it works with who we are. And the reason we started this topic was we were looking at music and art. And His Majesty said, don't look at things in a clearly materialistic way. So music, art, it's a spiritual science. It's a spiritual science. And our ancestors found out that every hour, every day of the week, they translated the harmonies that were coming from nature. And they understood these harmonies as it equated to development in our consciousness and in our being. Europeans understood this because they made sure to come and disturb our frequency and our harmony. Now, in this topic, we go to studying that, there are keys that our ancestors left us. And in these keys, the science of these harmonies and what they mean to us, it goes very deep. But one of the other aspects of this is when we speak of these frequencies, these harmonies, we're also going to study and understand that we're talking about cosmic fluid. Cosmic fluid. Now, one of the last keepers of that term in using that science were the Tibetans, the Tibetans. And they have a book. We started discussing it last week. It's called The Tibetan Book of the Dead by many. But to them, it is not a book of dead, just like to us, the coming forth by day It's called the Egyptian Book of the Dead. So it has to tell you something that both of these cultures hold something with this same title. And both of them are talking about this science. Now, and the key to that is this being cosmic fluid. And we talked about the science and the harmony. But one of the other aspects we talked about is a bloodline war. And so our ancestors spoke about star coordinations and they aligned kingship and so forth with these things. And one of the main planets that they did this with is the star Sirius. And when we study that, you know, we have the Dogons, we have everywhere the star Sirius. Even in the Quran, there is the star Sirius. There is a serious science behind that. And we started a topic, yes, last strong. Let's see if it works one more time. All right. Me all the time, right?
Can I just say, Russ, that the Ethiopians have a book also called The Bandlet of Righteousness, which is Lifafalet Sedek. You know, the Ethiopians have the son, it's the Ethiopian Book of Life. They don't use the word dead.
Right. So let's.
Astronomers discover an interstellar tunnel that connects our solar system to other stars. This was theorized but never proven until now. So basically, the Max Planck Institute.
Oh, well, it did it to me again.
Astronomers discover an interstellar tunnel that connects our solar system to other stars. This was theorized but never proven until now. So basically, the Max Planck Institute, Rosita, found tunnels and pockets connect us to two constellations. One of them being Canis Major and includes Sirius. And guess why that's crazy? Because the Dogon tribe in Africa knew Sirius's cosmology before astronomy confirmed it. They knew that Sirius was not.
So for one, now science are coming back and they're looking at the cosmos as cosmic fluid, which they call plasmic fluid. Photonic plasmic. There's a lot more to learn from that. Before we kind of go past that, when our ancestors spoke of that, you have the Dogon who speak about Noma. And when people come back, they say, well, they describe some fish people. And I always try to show you that Dagon of Canaanites was considered a fish man. Now that means you would have to study Dagon for the Dogons and understand why there is a correlation there. And then when you get to the Akan tell you that they are the Canaanites who fled, but they were under Melchizedek. So again, the construct now is to learn the science, study the science, research it, analyze it, figure out how we use the science for our own healing. One of the things is our ancestors said the greatest importance in most of all the science they did was astronomy and music. Now, when we go through this, we see that they correlated the tones and the notes coming from the planets. So last week in the video, even though it kept stopping, you would have seen they would have got to do, re, mi, and you would have said, oh, we do that in school. I said, that's what we do in school. We used to do that in school. I don't know if they do that in school no more. And we learned about the diatonics, the 7 notes. Well, they're also called the kamuts or the gamuts, or the 7 notes of music. See, but this came from our ancestors. So when we talk about intellectual property and so forth, and, people just battling about certain things. Now they've took our ancestors' intellectual property, they sold it back to us to make money or value in a certain sense. We follow it. They are playing as though they're teaching us music, but nature taught us music first. So then it means music means a lot more to us because our ancestors just didn't pick up and just start doing drum and everything. They were really dealing with the vibrational science of nature. They were really dealing with the vibrational science of nature. So I think Queen Afia spoke about the Trinity, the repeater, the bass drum, when we look at the simulation of how things are correlated, it's a science that we're holding on to in memory, and an aspect of memory. We hold the certain components, but we don't have all of the components. But it's our duty to research it and to restore it. The reason many of our cultural ways now are dying is because the youth said, well, I don't see no value. Well, the European taught us what gains value. Now that's what they teach us. But we don't teach ourselves this. So the construct of understanding the science, well, right now, what's the greatest value in the world right now? What's being marketed the biggest in the world? What's the fuel right now to even the male-female gender wars and everything? Is the construct of, I need my peace, I need my healing. So everybody wants to go to the resorts. They want to do the outdoor stuff. They want to, the mental construct of the people are moving. The frequency. Now, solidarity is where we started at. And I wanted to show some things to level up the solidarity in a science. So when we say this and we talk about the healing of the mind, right? And the for surety in the science, the for surety, and overstanding your purpose. Now, the chant, the prayer, is not for survival based on the construct of the fear that our enemy has implanted, but it's based on a clear vision of our victory and no doubt, and knowing that the forces in nature move for our harmony, our peace, our freedom. We are the sounding board of nature. It's like almost like a roll call. When Mother Nature yells to you, you should yell back. So the vibration of happiness and joy, of good morning, of grand rising, coming from the supreme essence of cosmos, should hit the earth and it should come back. But it's being coming still. It's being held in a resistance. So it's not a reverberation. So the balance in the cosmos then channels in other cosmic force areas that require looking at what's going on here as well. So you hear people say, "Oh, there's galactical this and that," because the Earth and this. When you say, "Well, why would someone or why would people or anything anywhere else worry about?" I better slow down on that start talk. It looked like it's about to kick me out of the Zoom just then. uh, so let's get back to the discussion on music and harmony. So when we look at our music in which we live by, we dance to, we embed our consciousness with, are we fully aware of what music does to us? Meaning that if we study the planets and the stars and we say that they send a harmony to us, and then we study our endocrine system, and we see that these frequencies from these planets affect our hormones, our endocrine system. They affect the operations of our body. We know that the moon correlates with women and their menstrual cycles. So we know that we can automatically, from just that alone, know that the planets in our bodily operations correlate together. They work together. So if we get a few scientific studies on that, then we look at regular music. And we played a video last week. I'm not even going to attempt to play it. That presented the study of music and the effects on the epigenetics and on the body. And epigenetics are zeros and ones, on and off switches. So when these genetical strips are turned off, when it goes into the next generation, it's still turned off until a generation turns it back on. So when we talk about the warfare of biological warfare that's done against us, we study this word biologic. And bio is, if I tell you to write the bio, I'm telling you to write the story of your life. And if I say biological war, it's the logic of the story of your life. So if someone is able to weave to you a certain science in view of the science of your life, story of your life, that's warfare being woven against you. For now, it's getting you to weave a hologramic illusion. And then what happens is your soul sees it because your mind is reflecting it. And so the soul is the proton, the archetype of your being. So it starts to construct its reality in that box. We become captive spirits, captive souls, trapped in the boxes of fear. We hear the children cry out in anguish from this reality, fighting for any hope or glimpse to be free. So we looking now at the science of music. Is there a way, if we see that it was weaponized against us? Because I don't know how many of you have ever studied in the Islam, and you know that in the tradition of Islam, music is pretty much forbidden. I know many of you say, well, the prayer seems like a song, but it's based on harmonics. And so that's another thing that we'd have to study as well, those same harmonics. We didn't get to go through the stanzas and so forth for the songs and the prayers of the harmonics and the harmony of the seven spears out of Egypt, but it goes to a seven stanza component. Just like in the Quran, certain things begin with the seven stanzas as well. So we have to look at the harmonics and what they steer in us. What do they do to us? Now, how do we counter the forces that have been misusing that to us? How do we educate the youth of what the importance of that is? Would they be willing to see and learn and study how music affects the epigenetics of their nature? Should we be going in courtrooms saying that the music and the games and certain things are affecting the epigenetics of these youth, and certain constructs in their mental state is being turned off? They're getting lost in the dream state. So they can get lost in the in-between of realities because they're in fight or flight, so their hormonal state puts them in a disillusional reality. Because a lot of times we look at our youth in the community and we say, what's going on? Is it that bad? But we don't understand what happens with the music, with the frequencies, with the fight or flight, with the hormonal disbalance. And I say hormonal, it should be hormones, but I'm just putting it in the musical aspect to make you just think about it, because it's harmony, harmonial. When we looking at that, now we say we're going to correct the wrongs that have been done, and we're going to save our people from the oppression and save them from annihilation. Is this a tool being used to annihilate the genetical being? Is it a tool being used to mutate them, using their own mental desire to help illustrate a mutation in their being? Cutting them off from their what? Original IP, the original intellectual property, which the creator embodied them in. Now, I haven't been able to use the visuals, but have you been able to keep up with what I was saying just then? And I open the floor, and I'm going to see if I can figure out why my visuals keep locking up. Floor is open.
Yes, give thanks. I've been wanting to say, listening to the eye, that one, where you started there's a few aspects I want to bring in. Where you started with the visual of the Ethiopian the sistrum, the prayer stick and the drum, which are the instruments which keeps the African element of Ethiopian worship alive, using those because the sistrum was used in ancient Kemet, and Kedus Yared, Saint Yared, was a master of music, sound, and movement. So that's how he fashioned the Ethiopian church. method of worship, and the drum and the it's called the mequonet. The start the prayer stick is called the mequonet. I think it's called the mequonet. I've forgotten the name. I think it's the mequonet. But those are the elements which King David, when they say that King David danced around the ark, that is those are the instruments that are attributed to King David dancing with the ark, not around the ark, dancing with the ark. And the ark is the expression of time, you know. So and so the system, when you watch how because I've studied them, I haven't studied the too much of the finer science of the music, but I've actually just partook with the priests, them playing the system and learning from them how they do it. You know, the rhythms, and they don't. When you see that they do it when they begin with the drum, they're doing a second. You know, it's the second of a clock. Tick tock, tick tock, and then they do a, and then they do a, and then they do a. When they're going to change, when they're going to change a stanza, they work with the stanzas. When they're going to change a stanza, they do it for a. They do tick tock, and then they move then they move the system down another slight movement, which is a half a second, and then they bring it back. So they're dealing with 1.5 seconds, which brings us to the science of precession, because 1 degree is 72 degree. 1 degree of the clock of the ancient clock is 72 years, and 1.5 movements of the clock is 108 years, which is 72 years plus 36, one half of 72, which is 108, which brings us to the processional values. So that science is linked into the science of procession. And when you say about the fishman, the Dogon, and the idea of the fishman, what that is actually representing is the equinoctial reckoning, where if you have two circles together, as in an eclipse, and you pull them apart across the horizontal plane, not the vertical plane, the horizontal plane, as you pull them apart, and the two circles then become close to being pulled apart, in the center of those circles, where they are actually still on the horizontal plane and where they overlap, gives you the visca piscis, or what the shape of the fish. So that is the knowledge of the fishman. You know, it's not actually a fishman. You know, it's actually the man having the knowledge of how to make the fish sign, the sign of the fish, which you see what the Christians carry on their car. You know, when you see Christians with like a fish symbol on their car, that symbol is the viscis pisca, what they call this the Latin viscis pisca, and that is where the circles are drawn apart across the horizontal plane, or the horizon, but not too far that they come completely separated, when you know that interlocking of the circles, where they remain interlocked at the edge, is the visca piscis. So that's one thing. With the Dogon and the idea of the fishman, which was Dagon. You see, they called him Dagon in Mesopotamia. That was Dagon, which is the same, or not only in Mesopotamia, but also, as Ras Lazarus said, with the Canaanite, with the Canaanite pantheon. So that is one thing, and I just want to say also now that the natural mystic. I mean, in Psalm 87, the singers and players of instruments shall be there. Psalm 27 is the definition of making music and harmony. the different psalms telling you where the music will be on 10 strings, etc., which is the number of Thoth or Tahuti, the highest number of Tahuti. That is like an order of magnitude in the science of in the science of age science. You know, the use of order of magnitude is use as in like 432, the number 432, 4,320, because the pyramids are built to one, the ratio of 1 to 432,000 miles of the Earth's circumference. So these numbers are all come into play. And why I say that is now is because I was listening once to a professor of music who was analyzing Bob Marley's tunes, some of his music, and how he changes from certain levels. And they've got very scientific explanations of Bob Marley's music, where he's not got any scientific explanation. He's just working out of the natural mystic and playing his music to the feeling and to his vibration. Yet when they analyze him, if you hear what they call a master musician who's got the master of music in studying it, that he's got a doctorate in it or whatever. You know, they say that Bob Marley's genius. He's has no bounds, but he's not. But Bob Marley didn't have any fantastic education in music that he became a doctor of music or anything like that. He was just a natural musician playing with the natural mystic, working with the natural harmony of the universe. So that is what I and I, this is the power and the strength of I and I. So the corruption of the music now, and from them times there, even in the reggae music, you know, not dancehall, I'm talking about even the reggae music, which is more or less dominated by the Bob Ashanti order, he's got a different vibration because it's more of a violent and it's more of it reflects the violence of society, and I think personally that the violence in Jamaica and the dysfunctional society that is lived in has a lot to do with the music, because in the 70s when that music late 60s and 70s when that music came forward, it kind of gave the people a healing. And all of the musicians like Bob Marley, Peter Tosh, and all of them, Jacob Miller, the conscious Garnet Silk. I know he was later, but the conscious musicians made a great healing on the nation. And now that those conscious musicians are no longer popular, these new Bob Ashanti based musicians are responsible for a lot of the violence and the wickedness which is going on. And
Well, I would say this about the music part. I wouldn't say they're responsible.
Well, they are. Especially, can I just say this, Russ? Let me just finish.
Why?
Let me
Why?
just
Why do
before
you
we
think they're
start.
responsible?
Because I was just gonna, you sort kind of stopped me halfway there. I was just gonna go on to
Yes,
just,
intentionally. Yes, it's
yeah,
important.
yeah. Well, I was just gonna go on to mention how Capleton, with his burning fire, where the Utes then believed that, you know, in his fire, you know, they call him the fireman, that when in St. Lucia, I can't remember, in the 80s, a couple of Utes went into a Catholic church with a flamethrower and burnt up the nuns in front of the congregation. They set the people them on fire with flamethrowers because they believed the
Bible.
bonfire.
They believe the Bible.
No, no, no. They're following Capleton.
They believe the Bible. They're following Leviticus.
No, no,
That's
no. They're
important.
following.
Capleton, when Capleton and Sizzler them talk about blazing the fire, today they talk about it in a perspective of the sun, which is actually happening. But what you were talking about in them early days, people took it upon themselves to go into the book of Leviticus, where they talk about stoning the Batiman and all these different things, stoning the church and fire in the church. So, and that's what they say themselves. They say that they are following Leviticus, brethren. That's what they say. Look at their interviews, listen to their lyrics. They're saying they're emulating Leviticus. It's not from nowhere. So even before that, we had the Crusades. This is the importance about the lyrics and the origin of what they get inspired from. They inspired from King David. They inspired from Solomon, who were bloody men. Well, not Solomon, but David. That's their thing of righteousness, to cut down the enemy, like in the Psalms, brethren. They're going with scripture to the extreme that people see as extreme. But if people say that everything is truth and not allegory, and we don't focus on the important things and we focus on just the storyline on the surface, we'll end up with that ignorance. Because like what Minister Last says, well, we know the fire, well, we know the science of the fire and the vibration of the spoken word as to when the Nyabingi drum their drums is the same type of dangerous thing. The Nyabingi take very much claim to attacking the Pope. That's the same institution you're talking about. They just did it in a different sense of not using those means. But anybody who just takes up arms in any situations is wrong, even if you have a cause. That's mob mentality. Not even with Leviticus, you're supposed to have it like that. But I wouldn't say that Kid with them was trying to incite that violence. I would say that Capleton and them grew up in that violent neighborhood where certain people do certain things to them. And yes, people would do those things here and there when they get inspired from words. We've seen recently on the news, people are killed for talking too much trash. It's not to blame for anyone. Every individual has to take that individual thing as to how they understand life. Because there are many youths out there listening to crazy stuff. People watch crazy movies, but they don't do it. People do crazy things because they would want to, because of their heart desire.
I would say that is a temperament for a very good discussion there, because Mandela is considered a coward by many because he turned on Winnie Mandela, and Winnie Mandela led the tire burning thing, according to the protesters. Winnie Mandela said, "Burn them." And they call her a revolutionary warrior. And then in the end, they said Mandela is nothing because he then compromised and then even told the Europeans, we ain't gonna shed no blood. We're not gonna take the land from you. And they said, no, you're supposed to tell them to get up, get out, before it happens. So the constructs are based on everyone's survival aspect. So let's just say in that aspect, are the youth in them, they're responsible for their actions and thinking and certain realities. One reality is you burn up free numbers, you don't change nothing in the world. It really did. What was the effect? It didn't change nothing. Not that we advocating to do it, but just saying, just them thinking in any aspect. So this is why learning the science and understanding your spiritual nature yourself, then you know that When we spoke earlier, we said in the Gilgamesh epics, in the Una Lish, on the Enkidu and Enlil, one group said to kill them off, and the other group said, you know, you can't destroy the falsehood with the falsehood, or you can't destroy that what you want to destroy by using a lower frequency to destroy a low frequency.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
They were saying that they are a part of us. So we have to heal, not destroy it. So whichever way you have to heal it, yeah.
So in that aspect, we look at, you know, our past, as His Majesty said, we have to study our history to obtain solutions in this time. So we look at that and we say, okay, well, we measuring that out based on that science from Inky and Enlil, meaning that, you know, we are the tree of life. The hologram construct that they trap us into, you have to look at His Majesty, right? He didn't shoot a bomb or a gun for our liberation. Now, for the defense of Ethiopia, they had to fight. But just the issuing of the charter, ushering in things through the aspect of as the Prince of Peace, it was chess in international law. And these moves were engineered at a very high level because it's step by step. So we look at His Majesty as the great statesman. So we look at our reality under world affairs. And then we listen to His Majesty say that these acts of racism that bind us in this survival state, in this warlike world, that makes us have to lose our soul trying to engineer in such a fight or flight reality. His Majesty said, listen, they're powered by economics. They're powered by economics. And through economics, you can overcome them. Now, economics now has entered to the fifth dimension. When we look at this online creative social media reality, we've entered into a fifth dimension, mind war. We've entered into a fifth dimension, a mind war. But we're on the playing field this time. The star alignments, the awakening, the shift in world consciousness, it's not by accident. The harmonious notes of this time were predicted by our ancestors. Listen, they were able to predict by the minutes and the hours the notes of the planets that were playing. And they could have told you based on the cycles of that what would be playing 50 years, 100 years, 200 years, 1,000 years. So even if a genetics was put to sleep or something was done to it, there would be a harmonical rising. Even if they tried, there's a prediction in the musical notes that shows that there should be a rise of a star king, star queen, star lineage in these time periods, these Gnostic star periods. These Gnostic star periods and these things, when we correlate them back to star charts or your birth charts, this is your being, these notes. But these notes are written as think about it now. If we go to your birth chart, we look at the planets, but the planets are notes, the spheres, the harmony, but they're the frequencies of your own being, of your genetics. They're frequencies of your being, of your genetics. They're the operations of you. So they say, okay, well, you were born at this hour, during this day, during this year. But according to ISS, they mapped out that there would be certain harmonical frequencies coming in at certain levels, octaves, if we want to say, at those times. And this is this signature in nature. Now, what could be the variables in their character? So then they understood the direct science to study the multiple variables in character. So they directed archetypes. And they were able to also do oracle readings and knew the mathematics of the oracle readings was what? It was just as good as a DNA test because it studied the zeros and ones. It correlated with the mathematics of your DNA, which is a binary code that they were studying. They mapped it out. So they were able to study who should be coronated, who should be king, who's going to carry certain characteristics, whose life path shows that they will have a certain level of this. And then they groomed them. But their grooming wasn't just to put somebody in power. Their grooming was as a reminder of the nature and a protector of the nature, which was key to the harmony of the planet. When the harmony of the planet was disturbed before, it caused a disbalance. It affected the Schumann resonance, which affected the polarity, which started the polar shift at a higher level. But also based on the ions being released from the people, it affected the ionosphere, which affected the magnetical sphere of the planet and caused the meteorite shower. And our ancestors warned us that it was always about balance, harmony, justice. But it's about us having our peace, our shalom, keepers of the doorway of the temple. See, but the temple, which we know, man should only fear God and fear nothing. And anything that disturbs you to make you fear or so much that you lose your godly nature, how do you overcome that? You have to overcome that through an understanding of a greater science of yourself, or else you will be engulfed by your fear. You have to be able to see the magic which in nature which stands for you, or else you will be engulfed and overcome by your survival. See, that's not easily taught. See, so it's the confidence in the science and showing the reality in the science. When we would do the classes in Black Messiahs and Third Eye, we would get the crystals and we would go through a meditation and a breathing. And then we would show the individuals how to charge up their hand and then allow them to feel that magnetical field between their hands. See, that's the beginning of them understanding that the science is real, experiencing it. But a lot of times we can't experience it because our mind has already stopped us from experiencing it. So even when you did the astral traveling and started daydreaming and floating away, your consciousness didn't allow you to experience it in what it truly meant or was. So when you blink out of it, you go right back in the trance state based on the precepts that have been wielded in you over years on how to view things. But then you'll hear somebody say, astral travel. You be like, please teach me how to astral travel. I want to do that too. I want to astral travel. But you've been doing it all your life. This is the sign. Yes, sir. Floor is open. Floor is open.
Yes, I. Yes, I. Yeah, great discussion, great reasoning. I want to bring in this song as a reflection for the moment.
Of dominance and prominence, world spinner, galaxies in proximity, they claim viewing. Concern yourself with the one you're in. Things getting out of control to bring in sync. World government look like they're on the brink. Who is not allowed at the stream to drink? Who put on the brakes about participate? The benefits of advancement deny delay. This is the underlying race in place. Credit score dismissal is a failed state. Anger and purge at an insane rate. Every movie warning come to demonstrate. Get used to this I got take the place. This is what the warnings are insinuate. Heinous and gruesome is the new relator. The new forms extreme and fierce debate. Have even more wicked acts of later. To say it, they cleaning the place. Yeah. Rasta small remnant keeping covenant. It's like all co-defendant if you hold your amendment. Toppling governments over immoral precedents. What am I gonna do for dominance? Yeah. What am I gonna do for prominence? Yeah. What am I gonna do for dominance? Yes. What am I gonna do for prominence? The benefits of advancement deny delay. This is the underlying race in place. Credit score dismissal is a failed state. Anger and purge at an insane rate. Every movie warning come to demonstrate. Get used to this I gotta take the place. This is what the warnings are insinuating. Rasta small remnant keeping covenant. It's like all co-defendant if you hold your amendment. Toppling governments over immoral precedents. What am I gonna do for dominance? Yeah. What am I gonna do for prominence? Yeah. What am I gonna do for dominance? What am I gonna do for prominence?
Yes, yes, yes. So, as we talk about just now, with the effects on a society of the mindsets, he talked about the movies giving us warnings of things to come, the violence, the rage, all these things are out here right now, things that they're doing, denying people technology, denying the French former colonies their right to their own land and their own minerals. But there's a small Rasta covenant. There's a small set of Rastas keeping covenant. That's His Majesty's work with the EWF. Like the minister said, it's through the pen. That's how His Majesty made a way for us, So when we dealing with governments and the immoral acts, this is how we deal with it. Through the Federation, through our proper customary ways that we found from the ancient Ethiopian culture. And I got one more for y'all.
Admitted it's strange times. Admitted unusual times. Now people know, call out the job, call out the job. Some pick up power than their own name, and some I said, can't trust the law, governmental power, yeah. Some pick up power than their time frame, yeah. Natural catastrophe I show seen outside the reach of the whole game. The fate of.
So I want to stop you right there. I would like for anybody to tell me with what we've been reasoning on, what we've been learning. What can you point out for this moment when he says, outside the reach of the whole game? What will we call the game? What we call the game? If anybody open the floor. Floor's open. So with this part, this is talking about the jurisdiction. This is talking about us being outside of that jurisdiction with His Majesty. This is where we cannot be reached. When we say some bigger power than their time frame, the ancientness of the ancient Kushite Empire, the ancient Axumites, the Joktan evidence, the Ethiopian's king list, the Aram, some bigger power than their time frame. This is the reality. Some bigger power than their own name. When we speak about the Gies, you talk about that. When we see His Majesty speak at the League of Nations, speak at the United Nations, some bigger power than their own name.
New industries rising up, speculators are bailing, execution is immediate, so there is cutting edge of money maker, and they don't consider friendship and that speak up for the whole say. The citizens by unit make the whole place.
The citizens by unit make the whole place. Montevideo Convention.
Now people know to call out to Jah, call out to Jah. Yeah, some bigger power than their own name, than their own name. And some are say, can't trust the law, governmental power. Some bigger power than their time frame. Natural catastrophe a show. Same outside the reaches of the whole game. Tense and static and unstable times. People are living on the edge line. Just the finances to make life more likely to fight because things tight. Admitted it's strange times. Yeah. Oh, when just the joy of a child makes the day right. No one knows tomorrow clientele wise. Who will be in need of what service? I consulting him Rastafari.
Let the minister say, His Majesty told us about the economies, the economic way. So he talks about the child that smile. They would smile because we have economy. Things for them to do, things for them to learn and grow and enjoy. Things for them to take part in. Economy.
Now people know to call out to Jah, call out to Jah, call out to Jah. Some bigger power than their own name. Some are say can't trust the law, governmental power. Some bigger power than their time frame. Natural catastrophe a show. Same outside the reaches of the whole game again. Oh yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Can I just ask one question? Where did them brothers originate from? That midnight there. Where did they come from?
So the two brothers, Ron and Vaughn, they were born in Antigua. I think Vaughn said he was about maybe 9 years old when he went to St. Croix, and they grew up in St. Croix. They started the reggae in St. Croix. But those time they were singing other songs. But then when they went to DC, I think in the 90s, that's when they started in Washington, DC. And then they grew from there, and they will go back and forth. But their stomping ground for what they really started with the work would be in Washington, DC. Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, what I just asked that really was just that
know that the nucleotide sequence of DNA,
because they're that's an old, even though they're talking reality, that's an old style of music what they're dealing with. And now in Jamaica,
yes, sir.
I mean, that kind of music, they would never listen to that music in Jamaica because the whole dancehall vibe and even the conscious vibe, which is to keep itself live, as give itself a dancehall vibe, even though they're not so dancehall. I'm talking about the artist.
where it's got a dancehall vibe, just to keep it current, you know, to keep up with the people. Then, so they're not in any influence. They're not influencing. They're following. So the point I was making earlier is that the you know, I mean, I was in Jamaica in them times, in them early days, you know, in the 70s and 80s, not in the 70s, late 70s and 80s. I used to be in Jamaica, and the whole vibration of the family of the island, through the music and through the Rastafari power in them days, is so different to today, where Jamaica is a vile place now, brethren. Vile. When you go there, you can feel a vile vibration. You can feel it. Where it used to be nice. We're back in the 80s, 70s, and 80s. Even though there was political warfare in the 70s, but Rastafari came.
So let me say something right there.
Eased it out.
Let me say something right there. So during that time, when we talk about Tivoli Gardens and them kind of thing, right? A lot of
Did you know that the
were
nucleotide sequence of
involved
DNA can be
in the
converted into music?
politics.
In 19
Or if they were not involved in the politics.
It go further than the politics. What happens is Rasta was criminalized.
Yeah.
So Rasta had to be a king in the criminal world. Rasta had to run as the original rude boy. Bad man. The bad man now want to romp with me.
Survival.
He changed. Survival.
Because they had to go to the Don and them to get support.
So the music reflected that environment of survival.
Yes, sir.
So still today, the Rasta gotta be that hard runner in all the run-ins. And it's only because we was criminalized. See, if the system didn't criminalize us, it would have allowed us to stay in our shamanic nature, our priestly nature. But through the criminalization, now you got a brethren, he got to move on a certain level because you got him moving in the underground with the underground people that anything go. So he can't be no soft one. So that changed.
What Bob say? Bob say Jamaica people will love you and they'll kill you. Bob said that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it became about survival. Even today in the cause of many of the constructs of the movement, to obtain some type of celebrity or certain statuses, or just to be recognized, you know, a lot of times the music is just music. They say it's materialistic. It's not moving the people. And they can't move the people because if you move the people against the system, but the system giving you empowerment so you can't speak it. So now you can't move the people. So there's no current in it.
Yes,
you know, no current for our people. So, you know, that's what Bob was always movement. And so that thing caused what? What? It caused revolution all throughout Africa. They was in a movement. So roots and dub now is awakening again because we still got cosmic dub. And it's just now you listen to midnight use a dub style. So in South Africa, they've got the movement where now they're getting the youth back, they stepping to the dub. So they're getting back into a cosmic frequency and they learning the importance of being in the oneness in that frequency. Just like it's like being, but so they channeling. So our people always find a way to channel. When we learn to channel together, we're powerful. That's why we started this conversation is our minds have to be in a certain alignment so that the channeling has the power. So it's not the drift, meaning that you could be there and you just getting the relief because you're not in the fight or flight, but you just drifted. You're not really in your power. We need you to be in your power. So the chant, the consciousness of the being, it is the living reality. Well, why you say that? If the forces of music and nature affect the epigenetics and the things. When we do chants, we affect everything in the cosmos as well. We always talk about ions and we talk about the same thing. So hold on, I'm in a better spot. This should play real quick now. Is the screen showing?
Yeah. And quick,
86,
Kebuton is Shango.
Suzumu Ono discovered DNA music by converting the nucleotide bases G, T, C, and A to the musical notes A. The nucleotide sequence of DNA can be converted into music. In 1986, the Japanese geneticist Suzumu Ono discovered DNA music by converting the nucleotide bases G, T, C, and A to the musical notes A, C, G, and D, respectively. This intriguing revelation led to the question, if DNA can be translated into music, can music, in turn, affect or change our DNA? Sound, as we now know, possesses mass and has the ability to move matter. By delving into the study of cymatics and exploring the potential effects of music on DNA, we can begin to uncover the possibility of utilizing music as a healing tool. Suzumu Ono's groundbreaking research in translating DNA sequences into melodious compositions opened a door to a realm of unexplored possibilities. By associating specific musical notes with nucleotide bases, Ono revealed the inherent musicality encoded within our genetic blueprint. This discovery not only ignited fascination, but also prompted profound questions about the reciprocal relationship between DNA and music. If DNA, the fundamental blueprint of life, can be transformed into music, what potential influence could music have on our genetic code? Ono's approach of converting DNA into harmonious melodies highlighted the underlying connection between the complex language of genetics and the universal language of music. DNA, consisting of 4 nucleotide bases, adenine, A, cytosine, C, guanine, G, and thymine, T, can be seen as a symphony of genetic information. Each base holds a distinct role in determining the genetic instructions that shape an organism. By associating musical notes with these nucleotide bases, Ono unveiled a profound interplay between the scientific and artistic domains. The translation process not only created beautiful compositions, but also provided insights into the inherent musicality within our genetic code. This revelation sparked a deep curiosity about the reciprocal relationship between DNA and music, whether music, in turn, could influence or impact our genetic makeup. Considering the intricate nature of DNA and the complexity of musical compositions, one might ponder the potential effects music could have on our genetic code. Music, as a powerful medium that evokes emotions, has long been recognized for its capacity to elicit physiological and psychological responses in individuals. It can ignite joy, calmness, excitement, or introspection, transcending language and cultural barriers. If music has the ability to affect our emotions and well-being, could it also have a tangible impact on our DNA? While scientific evidence in this area is still emerging, preliminary studies suggest that music may indeed have the potential to influence genetic expression and cellular processes. The field of epigenetics explores the factors beyond DNA sequence that can influence gene expression. It acknowledges that external factors, such as environmental stimuli and lifestyle choices, can modify the way genes are expressed. Sound, as a form of stimulus, may also be capable of triggering epigenetic changes within our cells. Furthermore, recent research has shown that sound waves can affect cellular activity. For instance, specific frequencies have been found to stimulate or inhibit the growth of cells, influence protein synthesis, and even modulate the release of neurotransmitters. These findings suggest that music, as a combination of harmonious frequencies, could potentially interact with our cellular processes, including DNA-related mechanisms. The field of cymatics offers a captivating perspective on the relationship between sound, vibrations, and the formation of intricate geometric patterns in various substances. By studying the visual representations of sound waves in materials like sand or water, researchers have made remarkable discoveries about the vibrational energy emitted by sound. This exploration into the realm of cymatics raises intriguing questions about the potential impact of music, which consists of complex sound waves, on the human body, including our DNA. Cymatics has revealed that specific sound frequencies can generate mesmerizing patterns in matter. As sound waves travel through a medium, they cause the particles within that medium to vibrate. These vibrations, when organized and coordinated, manifest as intricate geometric shapes that can be observed and studied. The notion that sound waves have the power to visibly change matter leads us to consider the possibility that music, with its rich and intricate collection of sound waves, may possess the ability to influence not only our physical surroundings, but also the very essence of our being, our DNA. When we listen to music, we experience a symphony of different frequencies and harmonies. Each musical note corresponds to a specific frequency and wavelength, creating a complex tapestry of sound. These musical vibrations, just like any other sound waves, have the potential to interact with our bodies at a fundamental level. Within our bodies, DNA serves as the blueprint for life, containing the genetic instructions that shape who we are. It is composed of nucleotide bases, and each base has its own vibrational properties. Given that sound waves can affect the vibrational patterns in matter, it is not far-fetched to hypothesize that music, as a collection of intricate sound waves, might influence the vibrational state of our DNA. The potential influence of music on DNA brings to mind the concept of resonance. Resonance occurs when two objects share similar frequencies, causing one object to vibrate in response to the vibrations of the other. It is possible that the resonant frequencies present in music could interact with the vibrational frequencies of our DNA, creating a harmonious resonance within our cells. If music has the power to influence the vibrational state of our DNA, it could potentially impact gene expression, cellular processes, and ultimately, our overall well-being. This opens up a new realm of possibilities for utilizing music as a therapeutic tool, capable of restoring balance and promoting healing at a fundamental level. The exploration of sound and vibration on the human body has been the subject of numerous studies. One fascinating area of investigation is sound therapy, which has demonstrated its ability to promote relaxation, reduce stress, and enhance overall well-being. It has been observed that the resonant frequencies emitted by various musical instruments can stimulate different physiological responses in individuals, highlighting the profound influence that sound and vibration can have on our bodies. When considering the impact of sound and vibration on DNA, it is crucial to recognize that DNA is not simply an inert molecule. Rather, it possesses inherent vibrational frequencies that contribute to its functioning. These frequencies play a crucial role in the stability and integrity of our genetic material. Disruptions or disturbances to these frequencies can lead to genetic mutations or alterations, which can have significant consequences for our health and well-being. Given the vibrational nature of DNA, it is plausible to suggest that music, as a powerful source of vibrations, has the potential to interact with our genetic material at a fundamental level. The intricate collection of sound waves in music generates vibrations that can permeate our bodies, reaching deep within our cells. Through this perspective, music could be viewed as a medium capable of resonating with the vibrational frequencies of DNA. The resonant frequencies within music may align with or influence the vibrational frequencies of our genetic material, potentially leading to physiological and even epigenetic changes. Epigenetics, the study of heritable changes in gene expression that do not involve alterations to the DNA sequence, provides a framework to understand how music might impact our DNA. Epigenetic modifications can be influenced by external factors such as environmental stimuli, lifestyle choices, and potentially sound vibrations. By affecting the vibrational frequencies of DNA, music might modulate gene expression, potentially influencing cellular processes and overall physiological responses. This opens up a fascinating realm of inquiry into the potential use of music as a therapeutic tool to promote wellness and restore balance within our bodies. From ancient civilizations to modern times, music has been intertwined with the concept of healing and restoration. Ancient cultures recognized the therapeutic effects of certain melodies and rhythms, utilizing music to promote physical and emotional well-being. In recent years, scientific research has shed light on the physiological impact of music, revealing its potential to influence various bodily functions. Listening to music has been shown to have measurable effects on heart rate, blood pressure, stress hormone levels, and even immune system activity. These findings suggest that music possesses the remarkable ability to interact with our physiological processes, influencing our overall health and well-being. If music can have such a significant impact on these physiological aspects, it is reasonable to speculate that it may also possess the potential to influence our DNA at a molecular level. DNA, as the fundamental blueprint of life,
Now, I want you to think about also is that our ancient temples were all tuned at frequencies, and they were tuned at frequencies. And so when the ancestral priests would go in those times and chant, they were chanting based on certain frequencies. Now, earlier I was in a bad spot, and I couldn't play the
Images of the largest molecule ever have been released, but builders of the largest temple on Earth may have done it first and hid it in these sneaky little nagas. This one's important. What you're looking at is a micro to macro, as above, so below geometry in action. This is called the trilobite molecule. The orbital pattern of electrons creates this shape, which you can also create using water in a speaker, which is also reflected in a physical organism this molecule is named after, the trilobite. It's 500 million years old. These latest images just came out in early June, but this pattern has been popular since antiquity, particularly in the East. Snakes, like the naga, have been used to depict vibrations everywhere from Egypt to America to India and Cambodia. The same vibrational pattern can be seen on this big naga. Just to drive this one home, that pattern on the belly of the naga can be exactly duplicated with water on a speaker. Now, what those molecules could do in water is the crazy part. These things are absolute units. They are huge molecules, and they're capable of detecting even the faintest electromagnetic fields. Hypothetically, what would happen if we put them in these images of the largest molecule ever have been released? But builders of the largest temple on Earth may have done it first and hid it in these sneaky little nagas. This one's important. What you're looking at is a micro to macro, as above, so below geometry in action. This is called the trilobite molecule. The orbital pattern of electrons creates this shape, which you can also create using water in a speaker.
Now, Ross Cipher spoke earlier about the water, which was a very important thing.
Nearly every video that I've posted here that's done well has been from this book. Those are just little pieces. To glue everything together and to understand temple geometry, you need to understand what they meant by the geometry. The shapes don't lie. Understand that, then the megaliths make more sense. That stuff is like the hardware to the alchemical way of thinking. Ancients then encoded that information into the temples. 8 of the most famous in the world are decoded right here. Alignment, geometry, ratio, cymatics, wave stuff, all of it's in there. Inside the temple is an instruction manual if you know what you're looking for. It's written in ratio, geometry, and symbolism. All of this conscious technology culminates in you, a vehicle designed to experience this physical simulation matrix reality. What do you do with this? We don't get that instruction manual anymore with modern education, but they did thousands of years ago, and it makes sense, and it's in there. All of it to remind you of the ultimate lesson, why you're here. I took like the entire month off pretty much to write this book. It's on sale until tomorrow, May 1st, if you want to.
All he's done is really duplicate many aspects of what our ancestors taught. And we talked about the cosmic fluid for a reason. And I'm just trying to build this up to there.
The biggest cymatic pattern ever made is a temple. This is Borobudur. It is in Indonesia. I always thought this temple was super weird because it's perfectly geometric except for the circles in the middle of the temple. They're not quite perfect. The rest of the geometry, my last video, I showed you the simulation of the Chladni patterns. If you put sand on a plate and you play sound through it, it creates geometric shapes. But if you freeze the simulation right here, yep, it's perfect. They're not perfect circles because of the frequency. Each of the bells is a focal point for the frequency. That's why those circles are not perfect, except for the central one. Borobudur itself is a giant bell. There's nothing inside of it. The temple, you can't go in there. There's no chambers. Built on top of a mound. It should be quite obvious now that this is used to focus something. And here's how deep the Buddhist knowledge actually goes. This is called laser interferography. We shoot a laser of one frequency and split it into two frequencies and then bounce it off a mirror. And if we move those mirrors, the pattern the laser makes can be used to measure very small distances. When the waves sync up, they make a focal point, that red wave. When they're offset, it creates interference or a gap where the red line isn't there. When you measure that on a detector, it looks like this. So it has a resonance, it focuses light on a volcanically active fault line on the planet. There are no records of its construction, and nobody knows why it was ever abandoned. What do you think it was for? Maybe we should talk to the monks instead of Wikipedia.
Real last before we quit.
Astronomers discover an interstellar tunnel that connects our solar system to other stars. This was theorized but never proven until now. So basically, the Max Planck Institute, using their machine eRosita, found tunnels and pockets filled with hot plasma that connect us to two constellations, one of them being Canis Major, and that includes Sirius. And guess why that's crazy? Because the Dogon tribe in Africa knew Sirius's cosmology before astronomy confirmed it. They knew that Sirius was not a single star, but it was a system with an invisible companion, what we now call Sirius B. They also spoke of a third star, which still has not been confirmed. And guess how they learned this? From these beings called Nomo, who descended from the sky from Sirius, who were amphibious, fish-like, or water-like entities. Here they are. Here are more. And they told them things. They taught them agriculture, weaving, healing, and about the structure of the universe. I first found this on LinkedIn. Lanston Burroughs Jones Jr. posted it. He works with plasma. And this was insane. Posted a quote from the Bible, out of his heart will flow rivers of living water. John 7:38. The Nomo people, living waters. They travel through waters of the sky. It's plasma, guys. Holy F. It also connects to Centaurus. And I'm sure there's a whole lot of other mythological things there. So I found the actual paper. I have a plasma book coming out September 9th. The link is in my bio. This is why I love plasma. It's about consciousness in plasma and the new human potential. Okay, back to this. Basically, they figured out, well, we know this. We live in an enormous bubble of million-degree low-density plasma. As I said, these tunnels lead to Canis Major and Centaurus, or however you say these things, and that these pathways may connect our cosmic neighborhood to larger super bubbles. We're all connected. Okay, this is what's interesting. The hot plasma does not uniformly fill our local bubble. Instead, it extends differently in various directions, contain its structural complexity, not just a blob. So if I'm not mistaken, a lot of these findings support that we live in a plasma universe, which we do. And there is something called plasma cosmology, which is a non-standard model of the universe that posits plasma and its associated electric and magnetic forces are the primary organizing principles rather than just gravity. Hannes Alphen said this. long time ago. I'm all in today, a long time ago. It also suggested that the universe is eternal and lacks a beginning or end. It is against the Big Bang, as am I. It was a big birth, but was it even a birth? It was a regeneration. We are a self-sustaining torus of plasma, which is the vehicle for consciousness, which is what I get into in my book. Anyway, I'm excited. This is the first of many plasma news. It will keep coming and it'll get weirder.
What if I told you that hosting a retreat
No, the reason we started that because we started this discussion in the Tibetan Book of the Dead. So, this way. Chill, would somebody like to help me read this? The perfection stage. We're gonna make sense of this for you.
All right.
I can read it.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay. The perfection stage, the creation stage, imaginative manipulation of the Jew plasma of Buddha forms continuous in an extravagant detail, getting ever more subtle until it reaches a point where one becomes capable of visualizing the entire mandala palace and occupants as contained within a shining drop at the tip of the nose, heart center, or genitals, and of holding that precise hologram stable for several hours. At that point, one is ideally ready for the perfection stage, yogas. The creation stage, meditation session always end with the dissolution of whatever visionary realms have been created into the clear light of the universal emptiness. They also rehearse at a certain point in the process of offerings the experience of the four ecstasies, which are offered to all the assembled Buddha deities. These ecstasies are central in the perfection stage and will be briefly described below. The perfection stage can be approached as having 5 stages. Though there are various ways of arranging them, these stages are called 1. Body isolation. Isolation of the body from all impurity of ordinariness. 2. Vajra repetition. Isolation of speech from the ordinary by the unification of energy, wind, and mantra. 3. Mind isolation or self-consecration. Full dissolution of all energies and structures of consciousness into the central channel, and arisal of the subtle energy body as the magic body. 4. Clear light, repeated voyaging of the magic body through the clear light reality, which deepens the experience of non-duality. And 5. Integration, perfect Buddhahood as the indivisibility of clear light, body of truth, magic, body of beatitude, and the former ordinary body as body of emanation. There are numerous tantras used in these different Tibetan Buddhist orders, all inherited from the creative pioneers' work of the great adepts of India. Each one has his own way of understanding and expressing the path, the creation stages, the perfection stages, and the final goal itself. Buddhahood. All these tantras emerge from the same path of transcendent renunciation, the enlightenment spirit of universal love, and the wisdom of selfless voidness. All of them accelerate the deepening of wisdom and the development of compassionate evolution to make possible the achievement of Buddhahood within the single well-endowed human lifetime. All of them employ the imagination to approximate the goal state and reach it more quickly. All of them mobilize the subtle mind as great bliss, wisdom to realize ultimate reality and shape its energies for the happiness of all of Buddhahood, for the happiness of all beings, that they present the process of achieving this great goal of a supreme integration of Buddhahood variously as great perfection, great seal, bliss void, indivisible, and so on, is a difference of conceptual scheme and terminology, not a difference of the path or its function. The creation stage terminates in the preliminary form of body isolation, which occurs when your body becomes isolated from all ordinary appearances and self-images. You actually experience yourself as a deity, feeling as yours, the face and eyes and arms, just as you sense your ordinary body now, perhaps with other miniature Buddha deities located at vital points throughout your body, in some form of body mandala. This is still a gross level, though blissful, of body perception. Body isolation enters the perfection stage room, when the discrete sense of a gross body is transcended, when every atom of every part of the body and senses experienced as a Buddha deity in an explosion of visualization beyond the organizing capacities of the gross imagination. The model of the body is no longer anthropomorphic. The subtle body being perceived as consciousness of the free luminance, as already sketched above, along with the system of nerve centers, wind, and drops. The mandala palace and deity body visualization are gross imagination patternings, which are intended indirectly to open up external sensitivities in the subtle body mind. The perfection stage consciously pursues this eternal opening process. To refer back to the scheme of the gross and subtle body mind described above, see this page. The neural wind energies are enumerated as tenfold. 5 main energies: vital, respiratory, digestive, muscular, motor, and evacuative, and 5 branch energies that power the 5 senses. These are now perceived as Buddha deities. The drops of subtle structure are the male hormonal essence, as in semen, the female hormonal essence, as in ovum, called white and red spirits of enlightenment, respectively. The extremely subtle mind of the channel, the mind of the indestructible drop, is locked in the center of the heart center, section of the central channel. This is the ultimately subtle self of selflessness, the ultimate subjective of innate ecstasy that realizes the objective clear light of the universal emptiness already discussed above. extremely subtle body is the energy within the drop, although at the level of fineness, there is no longer any body, mind, or even object dichotomy, though various focusing techniques used in the body isolation perfection stage, you reach a point of stabilized concentration where you can rehearse the process normally, experienced only at the time of physical death. Respiration becomes shallow and then stops entirely. You experience the first stages of melting of earth into water, water into fire, fire into air, and air into ghost, ghost consciousness, identified with space in some systems, accompanied by the subjective signs called mirage, smoke, fireflies, and candle flame. The practice must be based on a fully stable Buddha confidence and imaginatively cultivated Buddha self image and purified perception, isolated from all ordinariness. Otherwise, the involuntary terror and unconscious resistance to death will disrupt the delicate neurological poise required for you to traverse the dissolution. Next, your gross consciousness dissolves into the subtle consciousness, which is composed of the 80 natural instincts. These are the subtle instinctual potentialities rather than gross emotions. The, abstract, the free intuitions known as luminance, radiance, eminence. The fourth state is the extremely subtle mind, clear light, or transparency, the subjective sign of the progressive dissolving of one state into another are called moonlit sky, sunlit sky, pitch dark sky, and pre-dawn sky. Great stability is required throughout the process since the instincts swirl around as they dissolve, and there is danger becoming unsettled by identifying with them. The dissolution of gross consciousness through luminance intuition into clear light is accompanied by entrance of all the wind energies into the central channel. They carry with them all the white and red light drops withdrawn from the outer nerves and the left and right channels, entering the central channel, usually through the mid-brow aperture, up into the brain center. If you are not carefully prepared by initiation, instruction, and practice, you would usually die at this point, and your vital energies would leave their gross body once your normally closed central channel was opened. But because the knots around your central channel have been carefully untangled ahead of time, you easily avoid the danger, and the subjective space experience becomes your doorway to the opening of the inner bliss world of enlightenment.
Okay. They're teaching about the perfection body and the dissolution, dissolving of the being. And this is a transitioning past death. This is a transitioning into your perfected goal here on earth is to prepare your being for a higher existence. Our ancestors in all of the ancient traditions from the Americas to Asia to Africa, you name it, all spoke on a tradition of transcending and establishing a character of balance to transfer through these portals, in which we call this portal of death in a sense. Now, what also is the reality of this is Tibet comes from Kush. And those that remember when we go through the M1R173, we talk about how Kush left its uh, civilization teachings and lessons everywhere. One of the lands and areas went up into the Tibet areas. So we know the elements of certain civilization and lessons were left. Now, the Tibetan monks developed from India. The India's tradition developed from the Dravidians. These Dravidians are what we know are Kush Ethiopians. So some places, components of our traditions were preserved. Preserved in certain cultural aspects, but they still held the basis of the science in which our ancestors operated, even in the elements of those that were educated in certain capacities. They were educated to operate in the reception of the royal traditions. So when we analyze from that component, we start to look at other aspects of science. And last week we began with, if we're talking about healing and mental health and studying things that could help us or benefit us as a people in our restoration process, how do we channel the healings that are needed? How do we work these things out? Where would we get instructions? Many of times, even with our master teacher, Dr. Joy DeGury, who's a psychologist, a master psychologist, and she speaks about the European system, and she talks a lot about so-called theories of science, even the theories of mental health and so forth, and how theories of racism led for the basis and the development of them without any real scientific research or knowledge done. So when we say, well, where is research and science done on the restoration of a people and aspects of where the people were able to revitalize a spiritual culture, to generate them into, as we would say, their Wakanda, in the aspects of the Tibet, or in India, the Buddhists would say nirvana. So the teachings in the Buddhists was that nirvana could be a reality on earth. Now, it was based on the people operating in a science, in a spiritual science of themselves. Now, not to get confused, we're not saying abandon your religions, convert to this. We're speaking on science. thoughts. And we're speaking on healing. We're speaking on mental health. We're speaking on the aspects of, has music been weaponized to keep us in a dead consciousness? And we remember one time we couldn't get on the radio. We couldn't get nowhere. We weren't getting record deals. We weren't getting these things. And all of a sudden now, the whole focal point is signing one of our people, our youth, but keeping them in an instrumental frequency that is a frequency of death. So how does this affect us? Radio stations play this and they sell advertisement. Should they be held accountable for what happens to our youth in the streets? Same thing with these big concerts and the live concert. They're sponsored by big name brands. And they're pushing certain elements of music. And so these certain elements of music, is it a strategical biological weapon being used against us? Is this for us to study the science of it and reveal this to our youth, to our people, and understand what's going on with us? And how do we correct it? So this is why we're looking at it, because we don't want to look at it as a materialistical aspect, as His Majesty said. We're redirecting, looking at music, art, from the materialistic aspect into all of the spiritualistic and the scientific aspect as it affects us. So now we strategically look at how do we harness it. And what was it used before? Because it was a directive for the consciousness, but it allowed the consciousness to obtain a certain frequency. This frequency then allowed the consciousness to enter certain higher levels. This is what our ancestors used. So they used a certain level of, like the sistrum. The sistrum is to affect the four elements, the four forms of matter: water, air, fire, earth. There's other calculations with it because it is a tool of also Hathor, of the seven Hathors. So, we really have to study the seven star system on the correlation to us. So in the Buddhist aspect, they're speaking about a process of dissolution. They're speaking on a process, and matter of fact, hold on. When we talk about a purified perception, isolating from ordinaries, the Rastafari culture, actually in the aspects of the Rasta say going to the hills, separating the vow of the Nazarite, is the same Buddhist process. That's why when you go to Ethiopia, the real monks are the Batawi, the Nazarenes, and they do the retreats. If you go to the Tibetan monks and them, they go do retreats. You find the real elder Tibetan monks, they have locks. When you go through Tibet and India, you find a group called the Sandhus, and they hold the locks of their hair. And they are monks going through a spiritual order of separation. So when we talk about that, let's look at two more examples to get another clarity on that. The Gullah Geechee in America are called the separated ones too, because we broke away and we stayed on the outskirts. We didn't, and we kept to our certain culture. So we kept certain language, arts, chants, so many different aspects that came from the ancient tradition. That's a separation. in an isolation to accomplish something. Now, Hebrew Israelites under Ben-Ami left from Chicago, went to Liberia, and then traveled on into Israel. They started the soul vegetarian restaurants. They started their own ice cream and everything. But it became a solidarity of people who did an isolation, and they shared a mindset. And it allowed them to create an economical empowerment amongst themselves based on what they did. Now, His Imperial Majesty ordains a constitution that says we, the Black peoples, multiple different types of Black peoples of the world, but we are to come together in solidarity and unity. So we're supposed to find a harmony. One of the first aspects we know when we realized it was that music brought in harmony. And music gave us a directive. And we watched where the attack came to take over the music, redirect the artist and the creativity. And we can shook it off on certain levels, but as we study the science of really what is taking place and what is at risk, then the change can come. Your DNA, the epigenetics of your DNA, of your genetical structure, can be manipulated through music. What does that mean to us? Now, I wanted to go through some of the extra statements in this to kind of get you to understand gross energy and subtle energy, the wind energy, the breath. When we started off earlier, when we went to the four bodies: water, air, fire, earth, the fishes of the sea, fowls of the air, cattle of the land, creeping things of the earth, water, air, fire, earth. Now, those elementals, those four elementals, um, it's a whole science with that, with the seven body. But in that, we talked about the life force, the breath in the blood, how they till the earth. So you're tilling the earth, you're preparing it for harvest. So there are people that have learned to manipulate your breath, because if you're in fight or flight mode, your breath is restricted. That's why we always tell people when we do meditation, place your hand on your stomach. And when you inhale, your stomach should come expand. It should blow up. And when you exhale, it should go down. And a lot of people, if you tell them to inhale, they suck in. And you have to tell them, you're clutching. That's just like if somebody ran in a room with a gun, the first thing everybody do is clutch. Because they're preparing for the impact. And then they got to think after that, then they think, boom, fight or flight kick in, move, boom, move, move, move. But now you're in that natural fight or flight mode where you're clutched. So you're not breathing. So your breath is now tilling the earth in a certain frequency. Your blood is carrying certain adrenal hormones at a high level. So it's tilling the earth at a certain frequency. So the earth has to create a response reality. And it has to develop what's necessary. The best example I can give of what I'm saying is if you walk barefoot every day, your foot, the skin on your foot will develop and harden to adapt to what you're doing. Your being does the same thing. And so it can be hardened. And if it's hardened, that means the frequency can be slowed down and it stops operating in its Stargate frequency, its connection, its harmony, its natural order. If that. Close on the last section. I wanted to play this, just something to make you think about our ancestors real fast too as well. Because Rashomon played something and I wanted to play something that
There's a skeleton inside the human body that we cannot see, but we can control using this guy. And it was so complex that the ancient Egyptians and Tibetans created an entire culture and science around decoding it. So where do we get it? Plants. For example, if a leaf gets cut, then plants can signal to other plants there's imminent danger. Special type of plasma photography can be used to recreate the electric skeleton of the cut leaf. It's called the phantom leaf effect. Every time a cell divides, regions of high-energy plasma form around that split boundary, an indicator something is alive, and humans have this skeleton too, which has been used to detect the earliest stages of cancer. How does it work? Each cell has a voltage. Scaffolding in the cell called microtubules can tell the voltage across all the different parts. This tells proteins where to go. These define the cell's geometry the same way your phone defines my geometry. These are the tubes, and you'll notice they connect to other cells. Those tubes are exactly what you see when a cell divides and pulls itself apart into two pieces. When it does that, it creates something called a gap junction. That way the cell can share energy and matter and information. Using a special dye, you can get these channels to light up. Shifts in the membrane voltage will determine if a cell splits or stays doing cell stuff. But how does one cell know where to put itself to grow into an entire organism's form? How does this cell here know it needs to grow a root thing here? Well, it appears that that is not in the organism itself. The final form may be stored outside of the organism. Dr. Michael Levin is a Harvard professor, and he works with these planarian flatworms. If you cut them, all the pieces grow into a new worm. By adjusting the voltage on those gaps we just talked about, he was able to grow a worm with two heads, and one with two tails, and one with a head on its side, and a tadpole with an eye on its tail, and a frog with another arm. If we crack the code to the human skeleton, we could regrow limbs or repair organs internally ourselves. We're looking at a liquid light skeleton that's absolutely real. Biophotons are the blueprint, bioplasma builds it. If you were from ancient Tibet, you would call this the rainbow light body. If you were from ancient Egypt, you'd call it the Merkaba. So if plants can maintain this skeleton, can we? Is our form that we grew still present if we die? Where does the energy come from that plugs us into this vehicle? Well, I'm going to have to make a part 2 for that because of the attention span thing. If you can't wait for that, there is way more here. I will see you very soon. Skeleton inside the human body.
This plasmic nature is coming up, and the connection of what is in Kemet is also in Tibet. So I want to. Oh, I put the whole thing backwards. I think I'm messing up. Ain't nobody even said nothing. uh, yeah, nobody even said nothing. So as we always start about the Greco-Romans and the Kushite empires was a race divided against itself. We go here and we explain that the Kushites are also called Ethiopians. Then we start here with the Kushite Ethiopians. Persia, and the land of Persia was called Ethiopia. From Indus River Kush, the Kushites were all over, all the way even up into China. The major Kushite tribe in Central Asia was called Kushana. The Kushans of China were the Tayuti, the Great Lunar Race, the Salt Swamp. Oh, I didn't want it to read all. I was trying to hit for Tibet. I think I may have passed it. Oh, it would have been right, yeah. Uh, I was trying to show you exactly in the Asia area going on in up. Maybe I passed it, I think. And I was trying to show you how the Kushites throughout Asia and Tibet is one of the areas. Oh, right here it is. I know I kept overseeing it. The state of Pushi of Tibet, the city of Kasan, was situated in the direction of Kushan. So there's that Kushite heritage that we're able to trace even to Tibet and understand that some of the ancient teachings and the science were left in these lands and practice recultivated in their own way, but practiced by the indigenous peoples in the lands. Um, and I'm sorry it took me so long. And I'm an Aries, so I'm stubborn. So I was determined to show it because I just had it in my head that I know it's there. I just knew I just kept overlooking it. So just wanted to give that insight on the Kushites. And the Kushites are Ethiopians. Yes, sir. Well, thanks for the tolerance. I ain't gonna go no further. It's 12:30. We at that hour time. We've just tried to open up discussions and get the minds to beginning a new channeling, a new normalcy of opening their beings, of seeing, well, I gotta close with it.
Yes, sir.
I gotta close with this. Hold on. Got to read it one more time. Yeah, okay. Got to read it one more time. It was the key to the entire discussion. And so got to read it. Where I got that? Oh, yeah, yesterday I read it out of the video. All right, man, I still got to open. Hold on. That's only got to read it. So this whole thing was based on that the archetype of the cosmos, the music spheres of our ancestors. And in the video I was trying to show earlier, it was supposed to take you through the diatonics, the seven notes and the planets, and how they correlate with the earth. That's what we read last time. So this is the diatonics scale: do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, re, si. The ancient Egyptians' application of the relationship between the 7 days of the week and the natural tones of the diatonic scale and the seven planets were clearly expressed by Dio Cassius in his volume Roman History. The customs of referring the days to the seven stars called planets was instituted by the Egyptians, but is now found among all mankind. Though its adoption by other countries has been comparatively recent, at any rate, the ancient Greeks never understood it. So people just started adopting these things. But I'm gonna jump down here For if you apply the principles of the tetrachord, tetra, four, the tetrachord, like you have tetragrammaton, yahe vahe, or you have tetra, hydra, cannibal. So the tetra, which is believed to constitute the basis of music to these stars, by which the whole universe of the heavens is divided into regular intervals, in order which each of them revolve, and the beginning at the outer orbit assigned to Saturn, then omitting the next two named the Lord of the fourth, and after this passing over to the others, reaches the seventh, and then you go back and repeat the process with the orbits and their presiding divinities in the same manner, assigning them to several days. So they're giving you the science of the 24/7 ancient musical patterns by our ancestors. And the relationship between the 7 days of the week and the harmonic natural sounds of the diatonic scale was instituted by the ancient Egyptians. Such a relationship was consequence of the heavenly music of the seven wandering planets. Now, this is important as you also go through your seven bodies and your seven, and we'll accord that back to Tibet when we talk about the 72 channels, because when they're talking about the wind and the channeling and the breath in those blockages. Relationship between the 7 days of the week and the harmonic natural sounds of the diatomic scale was instituted by the ancient Egyptians. Such a relationship was a consequence of the heavenly music of the seven wandering planets. The custom of referring the planets to the seven stars called planets was instituted by the Egyptians, and to them already an ancestral tradition. The relationship between the seven planets and the days of the week, as practiced by the Egyptians, according to Dio Casio, started with Saturn, beginning at the outer orbit assigned to Saturn, all the days to be in a kind of musical connection with the arrangement of the heavens. So now you're looking at a real high science here. So our ancestors was calculating the planets, the harmony of the day by the hour. This is deep, and I think we miss, you know, to them this was an important, wasn't just music. This was an encodement to the musical structure of life, the harmony, the ma'at. The principles of the tetrachord were implemented by the ancient Egyptian musical system to the above mentioned sequence of the seven planets. If you apply the principle of the tetrachord, which is believed to constitute the basis of music to these stars. So our ancestors are looking at how to use their four. Now, you're getting this by the day, and you're getting the notes, and you're getting the frequency in the notes. So I want you to look at this. Pay attention to it. Look at it good. You're talking about the four. And our ancestors took this encodement and they mapped this out based on harmony. with the universe. Just to remind you, I wanted to just
converted into music? In 1986, did you know that the nucleotide sequence of DNA can be converted into music? In 1986, the Japanese geneticist Suzumu Ono discovered DNA music by converting the nucleotide bases G, T, C, and A to the musical notes A, C, G, and D, respectively. This intriguing revelation.
so these musical tetrachord processes is also an encodement in your DNA based on a tetrachord process of 4 notes. So when we're speaking about the science of ourselves, this is what we're saying. Sit down, research this, study it, put a blueprint plan together, how to counter it. What does it mean to us?
Look it up in the dictionary. Atom was the Aton, was the sun god in Egypt. And so the Jews called that the Tetragrammaton. Are you aware of that?
No.
Yeah, well, Tetragrammaton is the name of God in its most holiest form, but you cannot use his name, his real name. So the name of God is Aton because Tetragrammaton is tetra, which means 4, gramma, which means a letter, like you write in A, B, C, those are letters. So tetra is 4, gramma is a letter, A-T-O-N, tetragrammaton. But the Jews will tell you today, ask any Jewish rabbi or any Jews, what's the name of God? And they said, no, we can't use that. Can't use his name. Well, what do you call him then? We call him Tetragrammaton. Tetragrammaton, A-T-O-N. And then everywhere around the world, and every synagogue you will ever go into in any country of the world, you will always see God's name inside a sun. Always. As the rabbi explained to me, the Jews were not monotheistic, they were heno, spelled H-E-N-O, henotheistic. Henotheistic means choosing one God from a group.
Of several.
Of several. Look it up in the dictionary. Atom was the Aton, was the sun god in Egypt. And so the Jews called that the Tetragrammaton. Are you aware of that?
No.
Yeah.
The tetragrammaton, which is that 4, and that science is something we really have to go into on the next level, but we haven't had a chance to at this stage yet. We've hit it, but we haven't hit it. We've hit it based on the tetragrammaton. Yahweh is a 26. The 26 dealt with Genesis 1, verse 26. 26 vertebrates, 1 brain, 26 vertebrates. A certain science on the uprightness of man.
You got one more for us?
Yeah, I was trying to make sure one more before I got it.
I got something for you. It's something to do with the pyramid.
Hold on.
All right.
You ready for this?
So if we're looking at this harmonic somatics that create a certain geometry, and the ancestors used the temples and built based on this science, they were building the measurements of your genetics, your DNA, the measurements of your temple, your body, the harmonic frequencies of it. And if you're in balance and you go into the temple, you'll create a resonance. It's a very, very sacred science that they had. And we've lost it in many aspects. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Ross, give thanks. Stop sharing.
It was a really wonderful experience. And one of the things that I wanted to do, I'd always wanted to do, was to lie in the sarcophagus. This is basically like a coffin, you could say, of granite. It was obviously originally a block of granite that had been hollowed out. A lot of people think that the pharaoh, certainly mainstream Egyptology, think that the pharaoh Khufu was at one time interred in that coffin, in that sarcophagus. Many other people take a completely different view, that it was never intended to be a place of interment. Anyway, regardless of that argument, I had always wanted to lie in it. Why? Because as an acoustics engineer at that time, I was fascinated by the acoustics in the chamber as a whole, but also this sarcophagus is highly resonant. What I mean by that is, if you strike the side of it with your fist, for example, any of the sides, it rings like a low-pitched bell, and it has a beautiful sound. It's not a single frequency that it creates. It's kind of an array of frequencies, very beautiful, very low-pitched, but nevertheless very beautiful. Anyway, so I was interested in the resonant properties, and so I knew that if I lay in it and made a vocal glissando, that at one particular pitch, one particular vocal pitch, there would be a prime resonant frequency, a frequency at which the sarcophagus really became excited because of my vocal energy. I knew that in advance, obviously, but doing it's another thing. And so anyway, I took this opportunity to lie in it. My daddy just stood there very quietly and watching and listening. And certainly this is exactly what happened at one particular vocal pitch that I later discovered was 117 hertz. It's a B, very close to a B flat. Every cell in my body seemed to tingle, did tingle, and goosebumps broke out all over my flesh. It was an amazing experience, and it was a kind of I don't just call it a wave of acoustic energy that was washing up and down my spine. And at that point in my career, as I mentioned earlier, I had been an acoustics engineer for almost 30 years, never experienced anything close to that in all of the experiences that I'd had. And so I knew that this was something very special, and it seemed to suggest to me design. You know, I thought that this is probably not happenstance, this is suggesting design. And so what I wanted to do was basically to go back to the pyramid armed with a lot of acoustics instrumentation. So cutting this story very short, I did exactly that. The next year, I gained permission to go back, and I carried out a series of what any acoustics engineer would consider to be standard acoustics tests. They were all very successful. And one in particular was an amazing experience because the whole sarcophagus began to beat like a beating heart. These were beat frequencies for those of you who know what they are. But these were very powerful beats, just like a heart beating. And the antiquities inspector who was with me on that occasion, he thought I was going to damage the sarcophagus. He kind of rushed over to me. What do you do? What do you do? Anyway, of course, it wasn't going to damage the sarcophagus. These were just purely powerful beat frequencies. But anyway, there's a whole story related to that, to what these frequencies mean, what these beats mean in relation to the rebirth symbolism of the pyramid. What I really wanted to share with you all is the 97 experiments, because the one particular experiment I couldn't conduct that year in 96.
Yes, yes, the thing you were just talking about with what our ancestors, use this technology for, use the frequencies for. People in the occult for many years have been going secretly to the pyramids. You talking about the Great Pyramid in the King's Chamber. And there's the stuff, that area where people say, Egyptologists say that it was a tomb, but it's not a tomb. It's a place, or what Mr. Lod's talking about, or what the ancient Kemet people showed us with their elevations and their healing. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Can I come in?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I'll just tell you my experience, because I went to that pyramid in 1987, and he's talking about 1996. I went there in 1987. I was on my way to Ghana, and I didn't even know I was going there. My cousin took me there because we were just on a flight the flight went from London to to Egypt, from Egypt to Nigeria, from Nigeria to Ghana. That was the route. So when we reached to Egypt, the flight was delayed for 2 days. So I went to the pyramid. My cousin, she took me to the pyramid. I didn't even know who was going there. We just went there. And you can't go in there now, but in them days you could go in there. So so we went into there anyway. And then I didn't really pay any that much attention. I just went into the same place where the sarcophagus was. And then I left there and I went to eventually reach Ghana. And but I became like that. The experience of going in there is what I am actually the result of today, because I never had any scientific training or any knowledge or anything. Back in them days, I was 20s, is in my 20s, and when I went to Ghana now, I became I had a different level of consciousness. And the first thing that happened to me, I was in the sea and I was praying in the sea. I used to go to the sea every morning, and I was praying. And just maybe a couple of 100 feet up into the sky was a small cloud, like a nebula, you know, very small, only small little thing up into the cloud, up into the sky. It wasn't high at all. And a very clear sky as well, you know, there was just this small nebula up into the sky. And when I was praying, thunder came from behind from this cloud, from this tiny little cloud that was just up a couple of 100 feet up in the air from where I was. Thunder came from behind the cloud. And then anyway, I had many experiences when I was there. That's one thing that happened. So when I came back to London because I'd had some experiences with that same cousin. She actually tried to kill me in Ghana. When I came back to London, I was like I was on a different frequency, and I was like a mathematical genius. I was always good at mathematics, but I was taught. My dad was a mathematician, and I talked to him in mathematics, and I was talking to the power of 6 and to the power of 7, and he said, "Where do you get this knowledge? Where do you?" And I didn't know. I was just talking it, you know, and because I was on a different frequency. And it wasn't until now, these later years in my life, in the last 4 to 5 years, the experience of what happened to me, the rebirth of a cosmic knowledge which came into my brain in that period, from going into that pyramid, is only now that the fullness of it actually came to fruition in the work that I'm doing now, where I've been able to tune into some very high science, which I have no knowledge of. I had no knowledge of previously, but it just seems to be a natural. It seems to be a natural intelligence. It seems to be a natural intelligence that I've tapped into. But I can tell you, it was birthed to me in that same pyramid, that same chamber that brother was talking about. Yes, I give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good to have that witness. Yes, sir.
Land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods of to be. Like bees to our hive swiftly children are gathered to thee, with orange, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong, with our hope and our future before us. We hail and we chant and we sing. Lead us high, who keep Ethiopia free, and to advance. with righteousness pleading, we hail to our God and the King. Humanity pleading, one cause.
Yes, sir. Let's say for could you close us out with a prayer?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes.
sir. Yes, family. Abakidus Kodamawi Haile Selassie is the light of this world, Bahani Alem, the savior of this world, but Medani Alem, the giver of the grace, the Kidani Meharet, the covenant of mercy, Talaku Meri, the great leader who does everything in his will, in his way, by his right, and through the power of Kadamawi Haile Selassie. May I and I empower the angels, the 7 angels around the throne of him who lives and reigns. We bless the Mahel Safari. Kedus Mikael. Kedus Gabriel. Kedus Raphael. 3 of the glorious 7 who stand before the throne of him who lives and reigns. Gather thy legions of angels from the 4 corners of the earth. Kedus Uriel. Kedus Sakoel. Kedus Fanuel. Kedus Raguel Hoy. Angel of justice and harmony, I thank thee for being an advocate for Amlak's will to be done throughout the universe. And I pray thee to help I and I see Abakedus Kadamawi Haile Selassie in his full light and in his glory, and others in his light, that I and I may be a force for good in this universe and a force in this earth, that I and I as the Mahel Safari may be able to gather ones and ones from the 4 corners of the earth with the angels, to gather them and liberate them and to carry them home. For I and I are the keepers of the love and the life and the light and the liberation. And we pray thee, O Kidus Raphael, to lead us to those we are waiting for and those waiting for us. O Raphael, angel of justice and harmony, I thank thee for being an advocate for Amlak's will to be done throughout the universe also. Kedus. And I pray in the name of Abakadus Kadamawi Haile Selassie, the teacher of one I and I, of the Mahel Safari, may inherit this light and this power to do thy holy works and lead us to those we are waiting for and those waiting for us. And we thank thee, Kidus Raphael, for leading us by the hand to those we are looking for, and may our movements be guided by your light and transfigured with your joy. Selassie I. Abakedus Kadamawi Haile Selassie is I and I light and I salvation. Yes, I giving thanks. Sila.
Sila. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks. All right, everyone. Everyone have a good night. This was wonderful. See y'all again next strong Thursday at same time. Yes, I.